All right, where do I click on you? Where are you? Okay, there you are. And more. Yeah, I'm gonna make you a co-host and make Damien a co-host if you see him. Okay, do we have everybody in here? Oh, did we invite everybody? Let's see here. Enable waiting room, take that off. Admit all. Okay, here we go. I'm going to start the recording. All right, here we go. We got everybody coming in here for the boot camp. All right, this is cool, man. How you doing, Mark?
I'm doing good. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. Okay, let's see. Everybody's kind of muted. They're coming in. They're putting their videos on. Yeah, I recommend everybody. I'm going to be asking questions and getting participation from the audience. So number one, go ahead and mute yourself unless I'm inviting you to chime in. And turn your video on if you can so that we can see you, because I'm going to be taking some polls, asking some questions. This is going to be very interactive, okay? This program is for you, okay? I already know how to do this stuff. All right. So it's going to be really important to, let me close this one, to get your feedback on your goal for joining the program and any obstacles that you see that might stand in your way of how to. All right, let me flash my screen here. Let's see, let me share that. All right, you see that, Mark?
Yep, I sure do.
How to collect 28,000 in 28 days. Now this is a 3-day event. This is a 3-day event. So when does the 28 days start?
Yeah,
And
does that
how,
include the 3 days?
yeah, and how in the heck are you going to collect 28,000? Did you collect 28,000 in the last 28 days? Right? Okay, well, yes, and some people have. And that's a good point, okay? Because the first goal, we have a group goal. The goal is to collect $28,000 in cash, in your spendable cash, in fact, tax-free cash that you can spend. Okay. So let me stop my share here. All right. All right. So, Mark, let's go ahead and welcome everybody. Number one, I want you, and by the way, this is Richard Roop with richardroop.com and Rapodia. And this is how to collect $28,000 in 28 days. And it's my first virtual boot camp, I think, in 8 years. Okay. So I'm pretty excited about it. I have Coach Mark Hoffman with me. Mark, I would like you to tell people, why, because you're going to help me out here, and you're on our $1 million coaching staff, and why should people listen to you? Who are you, and why should people listen to you? And then I'll correct you.
Cool. Thanks, Richard. Appreciate it. Richard and I, gosh, we've been together since I think one of your first boot camps, 2005. I was one of the original students of $1 Million Coaching. You taught me everything I knew. I set the goal to, make $1 million. I've made way more than that in that period of time. That was a long time ago. Started my business 23 years ago in 1998, bought 257 houses as of today. Coach, I've been coach for 15 years or 12 years, coached thousands of real estate investors to your principles. I pretty much just learned from you and followed you. I got in early with you and didn't really get a chance to invest any money with other gurus or educators because I liked your system. And, just pretty much stuck with you for the last.
Well, the question is, why am I doing this boot camp? Okay. It's to help you. One of the reasons is to help you avoid some of these other gurus that will just kind of maybe sell you a bill of goods. Unfortunately, there's people out there. It's always been like that. I was talking to my coach, Mark. I have a coach, Brandy Vale, brandyvale.com.
Yeah, Brandy. Mm-hmm.
Brandy's wonderful. She's amazing. And I talked about something like, I really want to save these people. And she was pointing out to me that maybe I need to be saved somehow, some inner game, thing on that. But I want people to achieve their goals. I want people to be financially secure and independent. And we have the vehicles to do that. Okay, we have the game plan, we have the how to, we can also provide support. My entire business, since for the past couple decades, has been supporting other investors in achieving their goals. So the first thing that we're gonna do today is clarify our goal for this program. Okay, then I'm going to walk you through your resources so it's not just these 3 days, Mark.
Oh yeah, tell me about it. You and I walked through that last night. It's amazing, just the stuff you get, the resources that you have.
This is essentially a 30-day program because the 28 days starts Monday. So everybody might be, oh no, I got 28 days from today. No, we're going to start on Monday, the 28-day plan. That means by March 1st, you're going to achieve a cash goal if you are successful, in doing that. Okay, so we're going to set a cash goal for 30 days, and then we're going to talk about why you won't do that, or what would prevent you from that. Okay, or what are the obstacles, or what are the fears? Okay, what are the most important things? So I'm giving you the entire 28-day game plan. In fact, I've already given it to you. It's in your support site. Okay. Hey, how many people have looked at the 28-day quick start guide? Anybody look at oh, good. Oh, good. Excellent. Okay. Now, if you go through that on your own, you're going to have a lot of questions. Well, how do I do this? How do I do this? How many watched the 1 hour video, the 28-day quick start video? All right, good. Carol, was that useful? Was that nice, helpful to go through? Okay.
She's got her mute on, but that's all right.
You can unmute yourself, but I saw you shake your head. Yeah. Okay, great. All right. So let's get down into it. Okay. The first thing, I'm going to go ahead and share my screen. And I'm going to go to my browser.
Oh, and so just a couple housekeeping items. Go ahead and use the chat feature at the bottom of your screen if you want to send a direct message to me. If you want to say a message to the group, feel free to share where you're from, city, where you're from, because we've got about 70 people that are going to be on this event, and it's a good opportunity to network.
Oh, it's going to be a great opportunity to network. In fact, we haven't talked about that, but I'd like to do some breakouts during this 3 days. Okay. All right. So.
Yep. Cool.
Okay. I want to take a look at this quick start guide. Just to have some talking points as we get started, because the first thing we do is create a goal. So that's what we're going to talk about first. Okay. But yeah, any other housekeeping? This is a 4-hour session. Do you think we should take a break, Mark?
Yeah, I was just going to ask, are we going to take a break? Yeah, I do think we should take a break.
Yeah, I think after an hour and a half, or hour and 45 minutes, about 11:45 Central Time, so about 9:45 Pacific. We'll go ahead and take a 15-minute break. I will probably go ahead and make sure that it's recording, and I might have to download it so we can record the second session. So we'll have the first 2-hour session, pretty much almost 2 hours. Then we'll have another 2-hour session. And then we are going to have that same schedule Friday and Saturday. And then We may have some bonus sessions after the main session tomorrow and Saturday. Okay. Fortunately, I'm giving you a lot of resources so I can focus in on you and your goal. Okay. So, Mark, any other instructions or housekeeping before we dive down into the game plan?
I think, just keep an open mind for today's session. Suspend that little voice in your head that says, I don't believe you, or I've seen this before, I know this, because we're gonna be presenting some new relevant information for today's market. And I kind of like when you walk into a movie theater, how you suspend disbelief. I mean, you see people flying and you see people like shooting lightning out of their fingers. I mean, that's the type of stuff I want you to just suspend disbelief for a period of time during these next 3 days, because what we're going to show you will literally change your investment paradigm. And I like to use that word paradigm because a lot of people just get sort of tunnel focused on just what they're used to. Why would a seller do that? Why would that happen? And they've got these, what I like to call barriers in front of them. Obstacles, you mentioned earlier, Richard. Barriers are, things that maybe you've learned before, or you've experienced before, or maybe someone's told you that that's impossible. Maybe habits, expectations, those types of things. And so we're going to try to break through some of those today. And so I just want you to have an open mind to learning this new business model. It might be new for some of you. Maybe some of you, you've seen it before, but it works. It works so well that I think you could actually transform your life in the next 28 to 90 days.
Yes. Yeah. And and that's a good point. We don't have to try and do everything in 28 days. It'd be nice to give yourself 60 or 90, and we'll talk about that. But I'm going to go over what's going to allow you to achieve your goal in 28 days. Okay. And your goal might be, 28,000, but it's actually, Mark, I think you would agree, it's actually easy raising and using this model, using the game plan that I show you. It's actually easier to raise $100,000 over 90 days than 28,000 in 28 days. Yeah. So let's figure out how to do it in 28 days, and then we'll decide. We're going to start. Everybody's going to start with our same goal. Okay, 28 grand extra cash in our pocket that we can spend in 28 days. That's March 1st. Okay, but then along the way during these 3 days, I'm going to help change your beliefs. I'm going to help make it real for you, and I'm going to make it realistic. Okay, and achievable. And then on day 3, we're going to revisit our goal and say, okay, well, is there anything I want to do an adjustment to my goal to ensure that it happens? Because I don't suggest that you ever set a goal unless you're 100% committed to its achievement. Okay. If you're not committed to your goal, then adjust your goal. Okay. But you should be committed to your goals, and you need to be realistic about, your resources for generating leads, using money or time, using time to actually work the plan based on your other priorities. So we're going to walk you through exactly that in the quick start guide, starting up right here. Okay. So let me go ahead and zoom in here. Let's see. I can just do this. Okay. So I've been teaching this model, and we have phenomenal success. So we talked about belief. So I might go ahead and drum up a bunch of actual examples that people are doing to help make it believable. But I want to spend our time demonstrating and teaching, okay, the exact model. And so this quick start guide, it says you can deposit $10,000 or more in your bank account in 28 days. So 10,000 or more, well, $28,000 more, using the ultimate strategy for buying and selling houses. So I'm going to explain that system for you, that model. It's an investing model. There's other types of investing models, right? I see something going on my screen here. Let me make sure the security is, yeah, security is good. Okay, so what are some other investing models? Flipping deals, flipping contracts, fix and flipping houses, buying and selling. Okay, there's landlording, which is just to go out, acquire properties, typically using your credit, okay, to acquire properties and be a landlord. I will never, have you rely on your credit to do this business, and I call it a business, okay? It is a money-making model, but it's not a hobby. It's a business, and it's not investing. Why is this not real estate investing, Mark? Why is
Because we're not using our own
we're not
money.
even investing?
Because we're not using our own money.
Yes, we're not getting a return on our capital as an investment, okay? What we're doing is we're building a portfolio. I'm going to show you how to build a portfolio of properties that generate cash flow, that generate a return, okay? But we're going to do this with none of our own capital. We're going to use our money for business expenses, marketing, sales, systems, that type of thing, okay? All right. So the speed at which you see results with this system depends on how fast you get yourself into action. And that's what we're going to talk about today. What's going to motivate you into action and what's going to hold you back? Do you currently have a full-time career, job, business, outside of real estate investing? Okay. And by the way, even if you're brand new, you can work this model. But if you're like Mark and you've done all these deals over the years and have a lot of experience and already have leads, right? Then you have these resources. Your current resources are going to help you. Okay. So one of the things we're going to look at is take an inventory of the resources that you have to make this work. And we'll talk about all the resources that you need. All right. If your time is limited, you might decide to spread out these actions over a longer period of time, say several months. And like I said, it is easier to do a 90-day cash goal because in coaching, $1 million coaching, we've helped a lot of people achieve 90-day cash goals. And a lot of times it is 100 grand that they're shooting for. And what's great is when we see people actually do that. But this is the same exact process that we're going to go over is how you achieve any goal. Now, other goals for a week or a month, it's some are easier than the actual cash. And we'll talk about some of the limitations, things outside of our control to achieve our goal, and then what we're going to do about that. What are the solutions? Okay. So if you have other commitments, you can, but if you can dedicate 3 to 4 hours a day, 4 to 5 days a week. Okay. Can everybody, to achieve this goal over the next 28 days, starting Monday, and spend some time this weekend, right? Can you find 3 to 4 hours a day? And what I suggest is 3 hours a day. And we'll talk about how to schedule that and block that out. And I'll actually give you an example because of all the resources and all of the support you're getting with the system. You're going to need time to take advantage of that support. Plus, you're going to have time to work the plan. So part of your plan is 3 hours a day, 4 or 5 days a week. Okay. Mark, do you think anybody can find that if they were highly motivated?
Certainly, yeah. There's about 168 or 169 hours in a week. Trying to find, 3 hours a day should be doable if you're committed to this business. If you really want to achieve the goal, like ultimately it comes down to commitment.
Do you know anybody that wastes a couple hours a day?
Yeah, it's pretty common. Yeah, it's pretty common.
Personally?
It's pretty common. I don't waste any. I don't think I waste time. I spend all the time I want to in the areas I want.
Well, it's waste. Okay, so if you're doing unproductive things, no, I'm saying if you're doing unproductive things, it is waste unless it's recreation. Okay, recreation is important, but but how much of your time do you spend each day entertaining yourself, or getting on social media and not doing anything? You'll see me on social media all the time, but you know what? For me, that's marketing. Okay, I'm building relationships. I'm networking. What is a free way of getting leads?
Yeah.
Networking is one of the best ways to find deals, make relationships, make connections, find buyers, sellers, private investors. Okay, networking. So I spend some time on networking. So I'm not wasting my time, I'm working. All right, but I do get sucked into some of these online games or the news or other things that actually are just, I'm tired, I don't want to work, I just want to relax, and I have nothing pressing, I have nothing important, there's nothing driving me to spend this free time on actually creating results. Okay, so here's what you're going to do. Block out 1 hour a day. We'll talk about time blocking. I'll give you some resources. We have a huge library of resources that we built up over the years. So there are certain things that we'll talk about that I'll decide, you know what, I want to give you a coaching call that we did with Coach Willie Hooks and Mark or Keith on, say, time blocking. Okay, we'll talk about time blocking, but I'd love to give you another hour, hour and a half on exactly how to do that and make it work for you. But what we want you to do is we want you to block out 1 hour for marketing and 1 hour for sales every day. Okay. 1 hour for marketing, which is generating leads, managing your leads, tracking your leads, working on your marketing plan for generating leads. Okay. Just 1 hour a day. Then 1 hour a day on sales. What is sales? Sales is taking calls from sellers, making appointments, making offers, writing up contracts, and closing your deals. Okay, so marketing and sales. So 1 hour a day, generating leads, 1 hour a day, converting those leads into cash. Okay, now, what do you do with the third hour I recommend? We talked about this last night, Mark, too, because I quizzed you. And the third hour is on personal development. Okay. So that a lot of you, in fact, are addicted to personal development. It's what you might call a seminar junkie. How many seminar junkies? I love learning. I love getting new information and growing. But you need to spend about an hour consuming the support I'm giving you this month in February. Okay. So you have additional resources to go through. You have coaching calls to get on. You have the stuff that we're actually going to do together. So I'm going to help you with your marketing plan one-on-one. I'll have some group calls, but if needed, we'll just probably do a lot of it just one-on-one. I'm going to try and knock out some of that during the 3 days so that you can get off and started. Otherwise, next week, we're going to be working on your marketing plan. And that the biggest thing, because I'm basically going to do the marketing for you if you want me to. We need to select your farm area. Now, you may already have an area that you want to buy in, that you're already buying in. So we'll talk about, is that the best market for this particular goal? Okay. So for selecting your zip codes, selecting your neighborhoods, selecting your counties is really important. So we'll talk about that during the 3 days, and then I'll help you identify it for you. Okay. The next thing we're going to do one-on-one together is deal structure. So once you get the lead and you have the numbers, I will walk you through and show you how to construct multiple offers. I'll go ahead and demonstrate that this weekend. I'll teach you some of the best practices, but we're actually going to do that together during the February. Okay, when you have those leads coming in. Now you do have a support site, so hopefully everybody, when you signed up, let's go to the support site. Where is the support site? All right.
All
right, let's see.
Days.
Yeah, so I'm going to go ahead and find 28 days. I got all these programs from Richard Roop. All right, resume. Okay, so when you go into your account on Repodia, you have a support site. If you click on the link at the top, it'll bring you to the main page. Okay, so here's everything in your program. Let's talk about that right now. All right, because that's going to be part of our plan, is to use this support. All right, pre-event resources. So what I did is yesterday I put on the quick start guide to making money, which we're going through right now, and that video. So your homework is to watch that video, okay, before Monday. All right, and then module 1, I gave you module 1 of the free and clear cash machine. This is my basic training where I lay out the best practices for doing exactly what we're going to talk about. Okay, and module 1 is called Getting Ready to Skyrocket Your Profits. I highly recommend you go through that one audio. It's like an hour long or something, as soon as possible. Okay, so tonight, maybe tomorrow morning before we start tomorrow, worst case, on Sunday. All right. Then I'm giving you, you got your link access to this call. So what I'll do is I'll probably either use the same link or a different link for tomorrow, and I'll put this into your support site. Okay, I think we might be able to use the same link. That'll make it easy. Okay, but if you need to call in or anything, you got the full details here. Day 1 handout, that's the quick start guide. So I already gave you that. I might have another handout for you tomorrow. I'm kind of building this based on what I get, the feedback I get today from you guys and what you need. And then the live link, we're actually streaming live on my Facebook wall, only day 1. Okay, so I'm letting people watch that. And if they want to enroll for the other 2 days, then they can go ahead and pay $300 to do that. Free bonuses, $1 Million Mind Story. Mark, this is amazing. This is amazing. Okay. Let me see what happens when I click on view. All right. What it does is it gives me a link to add this program to my library for free. This is a $500 program I did with Willie Hooks. We did it at the Cheyenne Mountain Resort in Colorado about 10 years ago.
Yeah, this is the one we were talking about, right?
Yes. I'm giving you this, guys.
Free.
Your homework is to go through this over the next week while you're doing your other thing. So we're talking about an hour for marketing, an hour for sales, an hour for personal development. This should be part of your personal development plan. Okay. Now, if you are busy with other things to achieve your goal, then that's fine. You can, get to it when you can. It's a 2-day event. There's 12 audios, I believe. No, there's 8 audios, but they're about 90 minutes each. So it's about 12 hours. And I recommend you actually do the process. This will transform your life. If you get anything out of these 3 days, it's this program, going through it and change your financial future. But the reason why I gave it to you and want you to go through it, it's going to help you achieve your 28-day goal. Okay. So in this program, what we do is we set a goal for financial freedom. Mark, is financial freedom a goal?
I think people set that as a goal. Yeah, of course it's a goal. Yeah, it's a goal.
All right, but what makes a goal?
It's not. I wouldn't say it's a smart goal.
It's not a goal because it's not smart.
It's not a smart goal, right?
It's not smart. It's not specific enough because there's no deadline, and a lot of times people don't even know what that means to them.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, what does it mean? So this process, everybody, just like in this program, $28,000 in 28 days, in this program, $1 Million Mindstorming, everybody has the same goal, financial freedom. Then everybody decides, okay, what does that look like? And then they decide when. And then we create a plan and the how-to, okay? And part of that how-to is buying and selling houses using the ultimate strategy. But the other part of that program is, okay, now when you're raising all this cash, you're not going to use it to buy houses, right? What do you do with it? Mm-hmm. So I show you how to get 15 to 30, 20, up to 28% and more on your cash investments. And what would be a really good thing to do with an extra $28,000, Mark? March 1st. What would be a really good thing to do with that money? What do you think would help some of our clients that based on their needs? What would help a lot of people? What would be maybe a common goal on the use of 28 grand?
Yeah, pay off high interest rate debt.
Pay off debt. Very good. That's a guaranteed return. If you're paying interest on the debt and paying that debt off, not only do you get the peace of mind, but you save a lot of money in the future. So it's an exponential return. So that's $1 Million Mindstorming. All right, let's go back.
Great. It's a great bonus.
All right. So that will unlock it for free. And then $1 billion Mindstorming. So why stop with $1 million? Let's go to $1 billion. Now, $1 billion Mindstorming, again, part of your personal growth and development plan. This is to motivate you, okay? This is inner game stuff. So these two programs here, Mark, this is inner game, isn't it? Right?
Yeah,
isn't it?
Of course.
All right. What percentage of people's success is the how-to versus the mental mindset?
80%, probably 80 to 20% inner game, 80% inner game, 20% tech.
I think, would everybody agree that how you think, your inner game, your mental mindset is like 80% of what gets you results, okay? It allows you to achieve things.
The reason is because if you don't believe that you're going to be able to do something, you won't even try it. I mean, belief, I think, is the most important of all of them.
Right, exactly. So in $1 Billion Mindstorming, what we do is we're not really showing people how to live their preferred lifestyle, but we're getting them in touch with what their preferred lifestyle would look like ideally, and then how much money they need in order to live that preferred lifestyle, okay? And then go ahead and set a goal. After going through that process, I realized I only need about $3 million to live my preferred lifestyle. Why am I shooting for 100 million or 10 million or whatever? And is $3 million, okay, I want to do it in 5 years. Mark, do you think it's realistic to make $3 million in 5 years?
Yes.
Absolutely, especially with this model that we're going to lay out for people, okay? And then another resource I gave you, this you can do later when you have questions about it. This is a video. I'm going to teach you how to have a marketing advantage as a real estate entrepreneur. You can offer sellers top dollar buying their property, and this is going to be your marketing advantage in a hot market. We're going to talk about the problems with hot markets, okay? This is works in slow markets, normal markets, okay? This gives you a marketing advantage. Mark, is there a lot of competition out there with other investors doing like a lot of postcards or text messages is there, especially with direct mail, a lot of people are saying direct mail is dead because people are sending out crappy postcards and not getting any results, and everybody's hitting the same list. Do you think there's any competition out there for deals?
Yeah, everyone's sending to the list that you that you recommend.
that I let the cat out of the bag like 15 years ago, 20 years ago. Everybody's using the same thing. But no, there's ways to make anything work. But what are most investors trying to do with the seller in order to make money? What are they trying to get the seller to do?
Take a lowball offer.
Take a lowball offer. And guess what? Most sellers have no interest in, number one, selling for a low ball. And two, these people are targeting people that don't even have a house for sale. They're just targeting people and saying, I want to buy your house. Well, I kind of expect you to give me a low ball offer. Well, true. Here's my low offer. Well, I don't want to sell. So there's a lot of elements of a marketing campaign that we can fix. That's why I'm going to do that marketing plan review, Mark, is if anybody's doing something that's working or not, I want to take a look and make it work better, make it work, or make it work better.
Yeah.
But I
I'm
also,
glad you mentioned that. I'm just chatting with Sherry about the free marketing plan review. So yeah, we'll keep talking about some of the bonuses that you're offering and some of the support that you're offering here.
okay. So this video, I have a series of 7 videos, FAQ videos on the free and clear model, the ultimate strategy. This one is the first one we did to answer the question, if we offer seller top dollar for a house, how do we make our money? So I show you exactly how we do that. And of course, I'm going to show you this weekend, but this is some additional support. Okay, so day 2 and 3, I'll go ahead and put the Zoom link or in any handouts in your support site. And if you don't get a new Zoom link, just use the same one. I did email the Zoom link an hour before the call today. Your free training support. Okay, now here's some additional programs that will be useful as we talk about it. So we'll talk about some of these, marketing, buying, funding, and selling, but then these are additional resources to take it beyond what we have time to do during these 3 days. So these are things that you definitely want to consume, go through, review over the next couple weeks as they're important. So the first one is how to create $1 million postcard campaign. So that would be the first one I would recommend that you check out, because as you'll see in our plan, after we set a goal and make a plan, you got to launch our plan. And the first step in the plan is generating the leads. And because that takes time, so we're going to do that right away. We're going to start that Monday, if not sooner. Okay. Marketing for great leads at no cost. Mark, this is the ultimate training webinar. The other one is from December, just being you did that in December. So that's a really good update for folks, okay? And we have a lot of our old students, our old coaching clients that are joining us because they used to go to all of our boot camps, and now we finally had another boot camp. So it's great to reconnect with everybody, so welcome. If you're new, welcome. And if you're alumni, it's great to have be back together. Now, this program that I did with Coach Courtney, this is marketing for great leads at little or no cost. So that's a great program. And then how to make $72,000 buying for top dollar. That's going to lay out this model for you with a document and a video. And then how to raise private money to fund your deals. Okay, so if we're not using our money, Mark, to fund these deals, how are we going to fund these deals?
Other people's money.
Exactly. And we're going to cover 4 ways to fund deals without your money. Okay. But with the free and clear model, you don't have to have private money, but you pretty usually do. Okay. You don't have to, but it's a best practice and there's no reason not to do it. And we'll talk about what's preventing you from doing that and can you do it and all that. And we'll give you the how to. And there's a lot of how to right there in that program. And this is the ultimate training webinar that we did in January. And we're not doing an ultimate training webinar this month in February because we're doing a 3-day boot camp at the first week of the month. But the first week of next month, after your support is over, I'm going to go ahead and invite you to our next ultimate training webinar in March as part of this program. Okay. Because me and Mark talked about this, what topic are we going to do? And we always think, okay, what do our coaching clients need most right now? Okay. And right now, or by March, it will probably be some additional support for this particular 3-day event and the 28-day plan. So we'll find out what you need to help you on that call. So you'll be invited to that. I'll put the link on your support site and invite you. Now, the tools that I'm going to give you, we'll talk about these, the Magic Bullet postcard, my free special report for sellers, property information sheet, my awesome call handling script. People love my call handling script, Mark, because it's not really a script, it's a conversation, and it really opens sellers up to giving you the information you want, uncovering their hot buttons, and doing what we really should be doing when we're talking with sellers, as opposed to what everybody else is doing, which is, just churn and burn, or, they're just looking for the money, not really looking to help people. There's different things. So there's this attitude of serving people that is really going to support you. which some people have not embraced. I'm going to give you we're going to talk about my private lending tool to help you raise your private money. We're going to do the marketing plan review. I'll get you some schedule where you can select that on my call schedule, as well as deal structuring calls. You'll be able to do those one-on-one, but I'm also going to do some group calls, okay? And then some other links. Your support for the next 28 days includes I'll go ahead and view this one. All right. And by the way, some of those marketing tools and stuff have not been uploaded yet. So I'll upload them after we cover them. All right. So your weekly bonus coaching calls are going to be on Tuesdays at 1 p.m. Pacific. And we usually just do an open Q&A so you can ask any questions along the way. This is how I can support you in achieving your goal. Now, we usually don't have a topic for these Tuesday drop-in Q&A calls. Anything you want to cover, any questions that you have. This is how you can talk to me every week, okay? But we're going to have a theme, for next week, marketing, because everybody's going to be working on their marketing plan, okay? Next week we'll talk about deal structuring, but again, anything else, right? Then we'll talk about funding, raising money, funding deals, and then selling if needed. It's actually pretty simple. But we can talk about the best practices or any challenges around selling or occupying your properties quickly. And that would include your exit. What are your different exits? When you buy a house, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to hold it? You're going to flip it? You're going to keep it? Well, the free and clear model is a buy and hold approach. So we're either going to rent it, put a tenant buyer in there, or we also can sell it on wraparound financing, still make our profit, still make our money, and get more money down from a buyer, and there's just a lot, and reduce our landlording. There's a lot of benefits to buying with terms and selling with terms. But one of the ways to sell with terms is a tenant buyer. And even if you want to keep the property, as long as you're willing to come up with a price that if they paid you, you would sell it, you'd be happy. Otherwise, Mark, there's some uncertainty about what's going to go on in the future, right? With the housing market and the economy,
yes,
would you say?
Say a little bit, yes.
Yeah, nobody knows what's going to happen. Right now, across the nation, would we say, are we mostly in a hot market, normal market, or slow market?
Everyone's complaining about being in a hot market across the country.
Everybody's complaining about being in a hot market. Why are we in a hot market?
Why are we in a hot market? Well, there's a lot of factors. I think the fact that the country's printing money. I put you on the spot because we didn't talk about that, but I think it's supply and demand, Mark. I think it's supply and demand. Okay, you're gonna see that change this year, I think, but it doesn't matter if it changes. This model works no matter what's going on in the economy, but what we're doing now, post-election, post-COVID, this new virtual world that we live in, okay, where it's easier to do virtual deals per se, okay, like we're doing now, right? There are things that we're gonna do a little bit differently than that we've done before, and there's going to be things we're going to do in order to protect ourselves and ensure that we can keep all of our promises to our buyers, our sellers, and our investors. Okay, so I think that's real important. So those are the calls each week. Then I will be doing some group deal structuring calls. I'll announce those and put links on your support site. Here's a copy of what you signed up for, because you can't find it. Once you sign up, Mark, for something, the page you signed up on is gone. So I made a copy of it here, just so you remember what you actually expected to get here. All right, and then, like I said, I'll invite you to the March Ultimate Training webinar. Usually, that's for our inner circle members that are paying $97 a month, or people in coaching. Okay, and then Roop's Real Estate Marketing Success e-letter. Be sure to subscribe to that. And then there's a lot of good information in this quick start guide to 5x5 real estate profits. That program is how to be a transaction engineer. Okay, how to have multiple ways to make money on any lead. Okay, and that quick start guide, half of it has really good kind of overview content that you can apply.
So that's why I'm giving you that. And then let's see, The Secret of Creating Your Future audiobook. It's actually a YouTube video where a computer reads the book. And we'll talk about that book later. I published that book in 1988. The Secret of Creating Your Future has helped me make millions and millions of dollars. I used to buy it by the truckload and give it out to all of our coaching clients and our boot camp attendees. So, hey, Mark, in the tradition of boot camp, give away the secret, right? I don't have a supply of the books because the original is out of print and there's a new version, and I just don't have a supply of the new version. But did I post a link? I didn't post a link. I think, let's take a look here. Did I post a link? I thought I was going to post a link where you can actually go find it online. I guess I did not. But here's the audiobook. So you can search that, The Secret of Creating Your Future online and find that book. But this video will let you listen to it. Mark, do you think a lot of people can listen to videos on their phones these days?
Yeah, of course, anywhere.
Okay, that's what I thought. I'm just kind of checking. All right.
It's funny that book, I've seen it as high as $80. It's like a $10 book, but I've seen it on eBay for like $80, $85. And I have a copy, thankfully, and it's a prized possession. I won't let it go. So that's that's a really nice bonus as well. Secret of Creating Your Future. I love it. I probably read it once every 3 years. Probably read it 5 times. So.
Well, that's great. And you're going to love, because you have not gone through $1 Million Mindstorming, that $500 bonus program we gave everybody. You're going to love that. So normally at a boot camp, I actually show you how your timeline is set up and how to program your future for a goal. So if we have time, we'll do that over the next 3 days. But you have that 2-day program where I do it in that 2-day package with Willie Hooks. How many people have ever experienced any of Willie Hooks? Willie Hooks.
He's amazing.
Willie Hooks is amazing.
Yeah, he's amazing.
Okay. All right. So he helped us put together a $1 million coaching program back around 2005. Okay. And he, ever since, Mark says he's been with us for 2005. How long has Willie been supporting you, Mark?
2007 is when I met him.
Okay. All right. Willie is not on my staff anymore, but he still supports my coaches and my staff. He supports me and he supports my students, but he's not enrolled to do that. He just does it. He just loves to give. And so when any opportunity he wants to drop in, I invited him to this. Hopefully, I didn't talk to him about dropping in, but he dropped in our last event. We did an alumni event on Friday, January 22nd. That was great. In fact, he did a wonderful 45-minute discussion on how to use your 4 superpowers. In fact, I'll go ahead, Mark, if you remind me, I'll get that in the People Support Program. So
wait a minute, you're going to give that away? That was amazing.
No, yes. Yeah, we did it was an interactive alumni retreat, which we used to usually do before every boot camp. So again, in that tradition, we invited a lot of our old students. In fact, I believe if you go to Rupodia, let's take a look. If we go to categories, okay, and we go down to free, all right. All right, you get the free and clear cash accelerator. You want to go through that. That's a 4-day event I did. Here, right here, Mark. It's on the free. I've already unlocked it, and people are getting it. And it was just, wasn't it wonderful?
Yeah. So,
it was amazing.
So let me give you the 15-second promo for what Willie talked about. It is beginning of the year, how to release 2020, say goodbye to it, and then plan for 2021. And how are you going to, what types of things are you going to tap into? The 4 superpowers is what he talked about. And how are you going to achieve greatness in 2021? So that's what Willie talked about for about 40 minutes. Great talk. He's an amazing presenter.
Right. Right. So what he actually discounted what I'm about to go through now, because what I'm going to go through now is the formula for success, which we've been teaching. I always teach this, right? Set a goal, make a plan,
Yep.
right? Plan your work your plan, and then get feedback and adjust. That's what we're going to talk about today, right? And during the 3 days. But then Willie takes it to the next level. He says, okay, yeah, there's this formula for success, set a goal, work your plan. That's one of your superpowers. So we're talking about your first superpower. Your second superpower is your intent, your intention. Okay. So I want to talk about this in relationship to our goal. Yes, we want to make $28,000 in 28 days, but what is your intention for doing that? Okay. Next, see, you might achieve your intention with doing it a different way. Okay. In fact, I'm going to show you exactly how to collect 28,000 in 28 days, a game plan. But if that's your goal, no matter how you do it, even if you just did it some other way that I suggested, if you achieve it, that's what's important. So we need the how. First of all, we're going to set a goal without knowing how to do it. And maybe you already did that, okay? Then we got to figure out the how. So in $1 Million Mindstorming, we say, forget about knowing how to do it or anything like that. Ideally, preferably, how would you want to live your lifestyle? What is financial freedom with you? What do you want to be, do, and have, right? And, with no limitations, okay? And then go ahead and create that. Then you figure out the how, okay? All right. So, and then the third superpower he talked about was the fact that we all create our future. You're creating your future right now.
Right now. In the present.
All right. Based on your habits, your attitudes, your beliefs, your expectations, what's going on in your mind, your history, and your activity. Okay? There is no future. There's just now. All we have is ideas of the future. In fact, there's no past. There's just now. We just have ideas of the past, memories of the past, programs from the past, okay? Learnings from the past, trauma from the past, limiting beliefs, supporting beliefs. So you have these resources from the past. That's what that book does, The Secret of Creating Your Future. It allows you to take resources from the past and use it to create your future. It allows you to go into the past and reevaluate memories, situations, beliefs that really don't support you today. It might have been important way back when, but now, based on your history, what you know now, you can let it go. Okay, so there's specific techniques on how to let that go, how to change limiting beliefs. Now, Willie teaches us one way, which everybody probably knows about, is affirmations and repetition, for creating, for changing your behaviors and beliefs, okay? That's one way. Another way is to go in and kind of reprogram yourself using some of the techniques in that Secret of Creating Your Future book. All right. So that's gives you an idea. I think that gives us a pretty good idea, Mark, of what we're going to do during the month.
Okay. Besides
working our game.
So
plan,
this
right?
3-day event is just for 3 days. You're going to present what to do for the next 28 days. Is that what we're talking about?
Well, the 28 days is execution and support. Okay. And I will encompass all that before we're done. It'll be really clear for you. Okay. These 3 days is to get you started, to get you clear on your goals. Start talking about this quick start guide. So yeah, we'll go through this game plan over the next 3 days, but during those 3 days, because I went through this on that video in just an hour, right? And even on some tangents, right? But for 3 days, with 12 hours, I can get into the nitty gritty, especially if you don't own the free and clear cash machine, because this game plan was designed for people that have the training course and they have the tools. They have the marketing tools, they have the private money tools, they have the deal structuring software, they have the forms and the paperwork, they have the scripts. Well, I'm giving you the plan. I'm giving you the marketing, the best marketing tools I got, my free special report and my postcard. Mark, I decided, usually it's, there's a license. There's a $500 license. If you don't get the tools in a course or something, you can license my postcard for $500. Okay. And then we'll set it up and mail it for you. Well, I'm going to go ahead and do that as a free trial. Okay. So I'll do that for you this month. And then next month, if you want to continue to do it, then yeah, go ahead and sign up, pay me the $500, and have the ability to continue to generate leads that way and have us do it for you. Okay. With my magic bullet postcard. What's important is not only giving you the postcard, but giving you the strategy so you can deliver on the outstanding promises in that postcard. So we'll go over the postcard during this event, and we'll go over the message and how we deliver on that. And then I'm giving you out of the free and clear cash machine, I'm giving you the property information sheet and the call handling script and the private lending Q&A tool. So, because I think you need those in order to achieve your goal. Okay. And I don't want to require you to, purchase the free and clear cash machine. A lot of people in the boot camp might already own it. And now it's time to dust it off. In fact, if you own it and you don't have access to it on Rapodia, send me an email and I'll turn it on for you. Because if you own it, you probably bought it 5 or 10 years ago. I published it in 2009. All right. So what is that? 10 years, 10, 11 years. Okay. Now the ultimate strategy what we do is we target free and clear houses that are free and clear houses for sale. People want to sell their house, and we buy them with owner financing. Okay, we buy them with creative terms. Now, I gave you that 5x5 quick start guide. That's other ways to turn that deal into a deal if you can't get owner financing. Okay, but how do you collect $28,000 in 28 days? We're going to find a free and clear deal, and we're going to fund it with private money, and we're going to collect an extra $28,000 in cash in our pocket the day we buy it, plus more, Mark, which we'll talk about. Okay. So, all right. So we talked about time blocking, 3 hours a day. And so that's a minimum that I would suggest, 4 to 5 hours a week. That's a minimum. Mark, this is, if people are just learning this, isn't this an aggressive plan for 28 days?
Certainly. It's doable. All
right. So I would say give it more than what you would normally do in this business, because you could make easily, I'll show you, profits of over 250,000 a year just doing 4 of these type of deals a year throughout 12 months, 4 deals. Okay. And that's just working a couple hours a day and then doing some other, growth stuff and learning and training. Okay. All right. If you're an experienced investor with many of the following action steps already implemented, you can push forward closing free and clear deals in less than a month. Okay. And if you're brand new, we'll talk about what would prevent you and how can you do that. Remember, it all comes down to the core 4. So everything we do in supporting investors, Mark, it's typically around the core 4. It's the core 4, and then there's 2 others that we really are experts on, okay? But in any investing business model, the core areas to get critical results is marketing, funding, buying, and selling, okay? So we're gonna cover those, all right? All right. And we don't have to sell for cash, and we don't have to buy at a discount. That's going to be to your advantage. All right. Deal structuring, negotiating, starting your marketing first, because it could take a week or 2 to get leads. So we want to get your marketing out right away. It's best to structure offers before meeting with sellers. I'll show you how to do that. Let's see. All right. So this is right here in your quick start guide. This is your plan. All right. So we're going to do marketing for first 2 days. We're going to set our goal and launch our marketing. Okay. And then we're going to start generating leads. And there's other ways. If people are aggressive, if they're really committed to this goal, there's other ways they can quickly be talking to sellers, right?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. So we're going to just talk about the best way. Attract private lenders. So we'll show you how to do that. Prepare. And also we do have some resources to fund your deals. I think once you understand private lending, how I teach it and how it should be done, it's actually a great opportunity for people. Okay. Now I actually I don't know if everybody knows this, but I actually had a lawsuit where I lost everything about 6 years ago. Okay. And it destroyed me emotionally, financially, and I'll maybe if we have time during 3 days, I'll be happy to talk about that and tell you, the best lessons. Okay. I didn't have any complaints. Nobody ever lost any money. I was keeping all my agreements, yet they took my $6 million portfolio. Okay. And there's a YouTube video, interview that I did with Joe McCall, where I actually talked about it for the first time last May. Okay. And that's on richardroop.com. Just scroll down and you'll find that video on, how Richard Roop lost his $6 million and bounced back. Okay. So one of the lessons, Mark, by the way, one of the lessons, it wasn't really, it wasn't really the main thing or anything like that. It might have got me targeted for some reason, but it's advertising for private money. Okay. Even though I didn't do anything wrong, except, well, you did a public offering, they said. Right?
Did you advertise?
All right. So I ran an advertorial, and here's the deal. I only did it like for 2 months. Okay. I did a few other things, and then I learned, I better not do that, and I stopped doing it. But I ran my advertorial on how we buy houses. Does buying and selling have to be so difficult? It's a free special report. It's a sales letter, but it looks like an article. And I'd run that as a full page ad in a local cheap shopper magazine. And in that, I talked about how I help sellers, how I help buyers, and how I use private and lenders to fund my deals. But in that, I went ahead and put, if you're looking to get a high rate of return on your idle cash or retirement funds, I have notes for sale paying 8 to 12%. Guess what? I just made a public offering. I just offered them an investment in my ad. Don't do that. So so that call me and you did on private money.
Yep.
That's a good resource. We kind of talked about all that, and we can talk about it as needed going through this plan. Okay. That's just a simple thing, but that's one thing it's about the only thing they complained about that I can almost agree with is that I agree that is a public offering, because here's what happens. We did 2 boot camps on raising millions in private money. It's in Roopodia.com. Okay. One of them was in Denver. One of them is in LA. The package is a resource for you where you get the audios, where me and Mark did the one in LA, and in the same year we did one in Denver. The Denver one's on video, and in that video, that's where we actually recorded the quick start guide and the $1 billion mindstorming that I gave to you. But in that video, it's great. Roland Frazier, a former SEC attorney, showed up, and he's a great guy. He's so funny, and we had a blast about him beating me up as if he was being targeted by the SEC,
right? Asking
me questions, right? And then funny how later it became an issue. All right, so let's see. So on this game plan, the first week we're going to start our marketing. We're going to start our private money program, and we're going to prepare for the leads. Then we're going to handle the responses, pre-screen leads, meet with sellers, and get contracts. And then we're going to start preparing for the closing, line up private money. So we attract private lenders, kind of this first step. And then once we have a deal, we got to line up the private money, right? And then start our selling checklist before we actually close, and then close our deal. So this will give you, see, this is the marketing section,
Okay.
right?
Okay.
And then this is the funding section.
So this is the 28. This is the 28-day plan. This is how you do it.
There you go. So I'll see you guys tomorrow.
That's it, huh? This is it. That's really nice. So now it's very aggressive.
It is very aggressive. So let's create a goal and make sure it's an achievable goal. You said SMART, right? Let's make sure it's SMART. All right. Yep. So create a goal. All right. So buy a single family house with lots of equity. Now, if it's free and clear, that's lots of equity. If they have a small first mortgage, we can actually pay that off with our private money. But if they owe too much, then it could be a high equity subject to deal. Now that goes beyond what we're doing here and with the support, but it is in the free and clear cash machine, and it is what we help people do, and it is something you want to do. It's a 5x5 strategy. So you do want to know how to take over loans subject to, and then maybe fund it with either your buyer's money or private money second, okay? But because you'll have those deals, and I'd rather you go ahead and make an extra 75 or 100 grand on this non-deal, buying it right, and you'll be able to do that with our deal structuring system, okay? But our goal, we're looking for free and clear, lots of equity, free and clear, or a small balance first. All right, close a deal within 28 days. Now, normally 45 to 60 days if you're new or not set up. So if you're new or not set up, let's see if we can fix that anyways, okay? This is an accelerated plan for aggressive and experienced investors. Fund the deal with private money, borrow the cash you need with the existing equity when you're closing the deal. Collect, so we're outlining our goal. What are we going to do? We're going to buy a house. We're going to fund the deal with private money. We're going to collect 10,000 in advance cash profits, or 15, or 20, or 30, right? So you can choose, and we'll talk about, is 28,000 important to you, right? And you can do 10, 15, 30. What's the most you've done on these free and clear deals, Mark? What's the most you pulled out when you bought the house?
65,000. The day I bought.
I got you beat. 81,000.
I didn't know it was a competition. I mean, I can increase that sometime, but it was actually it was a great payday.
Actually, the creator of one of the largest social media platforms for real estate investors told me about a week ago on Clubhouse, this social media platform, but he owns a social media platform for real estate investors. And I did not know this. His name was familiar. I thought he might have been to my boot camps and stuff, but I wasn't sure. He was off doing his own thing, and he's a mega successful. And he said, "Oh, Richard Roop's here," and we're on it. Clubhouse is an audio chat. So you're just on your phone. It's audio chat. There's no texting. There's no photos or video. Just audio chat. So we're in a room. We're talking about making money in real estate, and Ross comes up and he says, "Richard Roop's here. He's the one who helped me launch my social media platform, multi-million-dollar social media platform, because," and I found, it's like, how did I do that? Because he bought one of these free and clear deals, and then he was going to make about 100 grand, but because he substituted collateral, which we'll talk about, he was able to sell a property, collect all the money, put the money in his pocket without paying off the seller. Okay. He was able to move that money to other debt equity or other properties. And so he walked away, instead of 100 grand, he walked away with 300 grand, and he launched that business. And I go, man, why didn't I ever know about this? Thanks for sharing. All right. So we have students that have pulled out when they buy a house more, but I think you shouldn't pull out more than 60% of your profit. So if your profit is 100 grand on the deal, maybe don't pull out more than 60 grand when you buy it. Okay, just leave some equity in the deal, because if something goes wrong, you don't want anybody getting hurt except your profit. Okay, and so leave some of your profit in the deal. All right. So up to six. Oh, up to six. I'm talking off of memory, and it's right there in the plan. Up to 60% of your target profit. Okay, leave at least 25% equity. Okay, the cash down later. The cash down collected later from buyer is bonus. All right. If you buy a property and you get it occupied by a buyer with, and you maybe you buy with terms and you sell with terms. We'll talk about how to do that. You get money down from your buyer. Or if you put a tenant buyer in the house and they give you a purchase deposit on their right to buy the house, okay, that is bonus money, okay? So when we talk about 28,000, that's extra money. That's, and we're going to talk about, well, I'll just go through the plan. I'll get ahead of myself here. All right. So capture, in fact, capture a 15% profit spread. Again, we're identifying our goal. Buy a house with these terms. We're getting really specific. Okay. Now capture 15% profit spread. No, it should be 20% or more. So this is a little dated. It says minimum $20,000 profit. So with our coaching clients, Mark, I do a lot of deal structuring, and I help them, review their deal structuring using my software, the Ultimate Profit Generator. And we used to have a minimum target of 20,000, but really, no matter what property you buy, unless it's a really, really cheap house, your minimum profit is going to be 50,000. Okay. Now, when we add up the money we make in the deal between, the cash flow over 10 to 15 years, okay, and the equity buildup from either, you might get some appreciation, but we're going to get principal pay down, okay? So when you actually refinance or sell the house later, you have this cash later. So you have this cash later, this cash flow, plus the cash you collected when you bought. You add all that up, the average on the deals we're doing now is around 120, 130,000 per deal. So when I invited you to come to this event, I told you we're looking for 100,000 or more profit on it on one deal. So our goal is not to buy a bunch of houses, is it, Mark?
No.
It's one house.
Yeah.
How do you get more focused and on achieving a goal? You make it really specific. So there's people that want to make $1 million, but guess what? You have to make $500,000 first along the way. And you got to make $250,000 first along the way, right? And you got to make $100,000 first along the way. So maybe it might be easier to focus in on $100,000 profit goal or target, or $100,000 goal versus $1 million goal. Set the $1 million goal, but then decide along that process when you're going to have 100, and focus in on make sure you get that 100. Okay. All right. So we want longer plans. Okay. So besides the minimum profit per deal, Mark, and I'll demonstrate this in the software as I show you how to do deal structuring. Okay. We put a minimum in there, but then we say, okay, plus $9,000 a year. Okay. So if we hold it for 10 years, that's 10 times 9. So that's 90,000. So on a 9-year plan, if we have 9,000, as we decide, okay, I want to make at least 9,000 a year on this deal. If I hold it for 10 years, that's $90,000 target profit. Okay. As a minimum. Okay. All right. And then of course, if you go, 20 years, then that's 180,000 minimum profit. Minimum. All right. Our goal is to get this deal and be able to occupy it in 60 days or less. Mark, are you doing any rehabs? Have you done any lately? Do you like them? Do you like them?
No. I don't like them at all. Hate them. Not my favorite. Not my favorite thing at all.
All right. If you find a junker deal, and by the way, this is a pretty house business. Okay. Now you can apply this to any property in any location at any time. Okay. Um, and it allows you to make any property cash flow that has income. Okay, because you're not going to buy it if it has a negative cash flow, or if you don't have a way to fix that. All right. So the rehabbing, if it's a pretty house, yeah, we're going to get it occupied pretty darn quickly. But if you have a big rehab, then we take into account that cost and the cost of that time and everything like that. But normally, you're just going to find deals where you can get them occupied in 6 days or less. In fact, one of the most profitable ways to sell a house is on sweat equity, because you'll always make more money allowing the buyer to do the work and just take a discount off the property, taking it as is, versus you spending all the money to do the work and then trying to recapture that. So I've learned this over the years. If you do it right, and I'll be happy to teach you how to do that, sweat equity is, you figure out your after repaired value on a property, how much it's going to take to get it to that value, but then you just decide, what you would sell it for as is if you didn't have to go through this process and sell it quickly. And if you say, here's a great ad, Mark, and everybody, by the way, everybody needs a notepad. They got to be taking notes, okay? You do have this document we're going over it, but I'm going to have you start taking some notes. So your first note here is, this is a great ad. Fixer upper, owner can finance, 197.5 fixed up, make offer as is. So instead of telling them what the as is price is, tell them what the after repaired price is, and tell them you're open to offers. Because on that deal, I might say, well, yeah, I would sell it for 180 if someone bought it as is. But then a lot of times I'll have buyers that will pay 185 or 190, and if I'm doing the financing, they'll pay 195, right? Because I'm giving them an opportunity to get in a house that they can fix up and have it as their own. So I created a program, Strategic Marketing Secrets for Real Estate Entrepreneurs. It's the last boot camp that I did, and it's a home study collection now in Roopodia. But we talk about what are the marketing message for buyers, sellers, and investors. And for buyers, there's all of these benefits that you can advertise to attract them. Build your buyers list, get your houses occupied quickly, sell for top dollar. And so you want to offer these type of programs like owner financing, rent to own, sweat equity, that type of thing. Okay. All right. Make a plan. All right. So Mark, we're talking about setting our goal. Okay. And then making a plan, and then planning our work. And this is day 1 and 2 of your plan. All right.
Yeah. So I think set a goal, make a plan, plan your work your plan. Those are I think if you're taking notes, write those 4 things down, because that's really the outline of what we're going to be going through here. It's simple,
well, but we're going to talk. What's more important is that we have a SMART goal. Okay. So after we set our goal, we make a plan, right? So we got the marketing to generate leads and pre-screen leads, negotiating, determine our exit and construct offers, inspecting the property, presenting offers, getting the contract. And I understand there's some challenges around inspecting properties or meeting with sellers in their home and all of that. I got to tell you, a number of years ago, I had a joint venture partnership program where I actually joint ventured with investors like yourself, and I would provide all the support, unlimited support, and I'd actually negotiate the deals, fund the deals, and all that. And our main target was a lot of times was absentee owners with free and clear houses. Okay. And I'll tell you right now, one of the best lists is cash-strapped landlords with free and clear houses that are in a trust. That's the number one best list I can recommend right now. We'll talk more about that later.
Yeah. Right.
All right. Okay. So, but doing, hundreds and hundreds of offers, I did them on the phone because they were absentee owners. No, number one, I was doing it with my partner on a three-way call. Okay. But if you're making offers to absentee owners, you need to be presenting your offer in person. But if they're absentee, then you need to be presenting your offer over the phone. It's not just sending them an offer. You know what? It kills me, Mark. And hey, if it works, it works. But there's people out there just sending offers to people that have never said or even raised their hand that they want to sell their house. They're just sending offers. Okay.
Like blind?
Yes. And people are teaching this, people are doing it. And yeah, if you have enough numbers, you're going to piss off a lot of people and all that. But yeah, you only need one. Well, I don't like doing cold. I don't like interrupting people. I don't like spamming people. Okay. I want to find people with a house for sale. And I'm not going to send them an offer unless number one, I find out, yes, they want to sell their house. And number two, is my offer going to help them? So what violates my philosophy, Mark, on just sending offers blindly like that, okay, is that I want to make offers. Number one, I want to gather the information so that my offer is a true offer. See, these other offers, these blind offers, there's all kinds of contingencies because they haven't seen the house. They don't know the situation. They don't know the repairs. They don't know, they're going to have to, they're hoping people respond and then figure that out later and then adjust their offer so that it's real. Well, I like to make offers that I'm committed to. I don't like sending offers that have a bunch of contingencies. Okay. It's like, I want to run my numbers, know my exit, know what the house is worth, know what kind of repairs it is, know what's most important, Mark, is the income on these properties that we're talking about buying. It's not really the value, it's what kind of income it can produce. Okay. Run all those numbers, calculate the numbers so that I ensure that not only can it hold its own with a break even or positive cash flow with after all expenses, property maintenance, repairs, vacancies, taxes, insurance, everything that we know you're going to have to pay now or later, right? Go ahead and plan on paying that and don't spend it, right? And work that into your numbers and figure out the real positive cash flow, and then never offer more than the real positive cash flow to the seller when you're making an offer. Okay. Better yet, like we talked about yesterday, Mark, is we should always maybe, build in a couple $100 a month positive cash flow.
Yeah.
To have that cushion. Now, how many houses? So that's not a lot of cash flow. And we'll talk about people doing $1,000, $1,500 a month. In fact, in that skyrocket, quick start guide, the skyrocketing, getting ready to skyrocket your profits. That one module I gave you that I want you to listen to, the module 1 of the Free and Clear Cash Machine, I talk about people building in $1,000 or $1,500 a month positive cash flow on these free and clear deals. Okay, that can make a big difference. Or you can also get $1,000 or $1,500 a month principal reduction, which it makes a difference. But you can't spend it, right? It's cash later. $1,000, $1,500 a month positive cash flow. A number of deals can really change your life like that, right? Can really change your financial situation. If you had an extra $3,000 or $5,000 a month coming in that you don't have now, what are you going to do with that money? We're going to talk about that. Okay. But we like to give, we like to keep some and give some to the seller, because that's why they will wait for their money, because they do like the idea of getting cash flow. That's one of the objections we're going to talk about. Who's going to do this? Nobody wants to wait for their money. That is not true. That's a limiting belief. There's a lot of retiring landlords and other people that would love to get their money over time reliably each month and because they're going to get more money, but that supports them. And we know we're going to talk about your metrics is you're only going to get maybe 1 out of 10 deals accepted. Okay. It's a numbers game. All right. Now, question for you, Mark, is how many houses do you need to own putting out $200 a month to make $10,000 a month?
To make $10,000 a month at $200 of cash flow?
Yeah.
50?
50. You need 50 properties cash flowing at $200 a month in order to get 10 grand a month.
Yeah.
Right? Or you can buy one free and clear house and pull out 10 grand.
Right.
Right? So this model allows you to meet your cash flow needs by doing deals. Why do people sell properties? Why
they sell because they need the money.
It's the number one reason is for cash.
Yeah.
They want the cash. I've been networking for the past 6-12 months with some of the top influencers across the nation. Some of them are my old students, which is kind of cool. And what most all of them are teaching on Clubhouse now, because I haven't been on there for a while, but it's an amazing platform. I'm getting it back after this boot camp. Is they all say they wish, and most of these people are wholesaling, flipping. That's what they do. That's what they teach. But and that's what a lot of people are trying to do, by the way, and it's not working for a lot of people. But a lot of these gurus and these really sharp influencers, they wish they would have held more properties. Hands down, everybody wishes they held more properties. Mark, do you wish you held some of the properties you sold?
Yeah, a couple of them. Yeah, certainly. I mean, I've held a lot of them for a lot of years, and if I had all of them still, I guess that would be probably a good thing.
Yeah.
If I
Think
still
about
had all of them, that would be cool. I'd have 257 houses.
That's right. That's right. Because there's just and how do you protect yourself during an uncertain future? You know, with the market or the economy or anything like that. The longer you hold a property, the more you make, and the longer you can go, the less risk there is if something happens, because you can weather it. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Yep.
That's one way to protect yourself in this new economy, this new world we live in, is buying and holding. Okay. And why do people flip? Because of the cash. Well, I'm going to teach you, collect your cash when you buy to meet your cash flow needs so that you can hold. Okay. And write yourself a 5-figure paycheck. Okay. All right. Again, we're going to talk here shortly about, I guess maybe even after the break, about why people would actually do this and what's going to prevent them. Okay, that's going to be probably the most powerful thing we do this morning, is going through your reasons why to achieve this goal and what is it going to do for you. Okay, so start thinking about that. Now, negotiating, getting the contract. Okay, then this step, this make a plan, the funding, send the contract to the closing agent, line up your private funds, schedule closing, due diligence, close the deal. This is just isn't this just a normal checklist typically for real estate investing? Occupying, okay. So signs, buyers list, ads, flyers, and a website. These are the best ways to occupy a house. All right. And then plan your work, time block all your tasks in your schedule. We'll talk about that. Assign roles and responsibilities. A lot of people are doing everything there on their own, aren't they, Mark?
Yeah. Yeah. Rugged individualists.
Like me. Yeah, that's what you said I am.
Yeah, that is.
And you're true. I do not accept enough help. But I do have systems. I do have delegation. I do have some outsourcing, just not enough. But that's okay. So you need to know how to do this. You probably need to do it yourself. And along the way, you're looking to leverage yourself. All right, what can I get off my plate? What can I delegate? Or what can I outsource? Okay. So you can go on to clicktomail.com, set up my Magic Bullet postcard there, and mail out postcards yourself. And you can upload the list, and then you can update the list and all of that. Or you can hire a service that it's already set up with the postcard. They just need your information to customize it, and they can either get the list or you give them the list, right? And you can outsource it. Okay, so you can do it or you can outsource it. If you do it and you set up that system and click the mail, it's actually a system. So it's easier to do the next time, okay? You can do systems, all right? Or what I did, Mark, is I taught my son how to do that for me. Okay, my 18-year-old son, I taught him how to go to click to mail, set up the postcard and upload the list and order the list and mail postcards out. And then I actually, with our postcard mailing service, he did that for our clients. You did it. We set up an account and click to mail for folks. We set up their account, and the hard part is all done. Christopher did it, and then we would actually do it for them. What I had to do, and for done for you mailings, $1 million postcards, is what was important was the list, because we know the message works, we know the media works, who's the market, because those are the 3 M's of marketing: your message, your media, and your market. Okay, we'll talk more about that. But what the media, the postcard works. It's cost effective, it's cheap. The message is killer. There's no better message out there on the planet. There's some good cards out there, maybe. I haven't found it yet. But there's so many junk cards, postcards that they're mailing thousands and thousands of postcards and they're not getting any deals. Okay. It's because it looks junky. It looks mass produced. It looks like an advertisement. It doesn't look personal. It doesn't, and then it's sent to the wrong people or to people that everybody else is hitting. So there's reasons why a postcard campaign doesn't work. What we do know works is postcards work, and my Magic Bullet postcard, which I just updated. So I'm going to give everybody a copy of my up-to-date Magic Bullet postcard that a lot of people have asked for and stuff that usually they'll have to buy something to get it, right? Well, I went ahead and put it as part of this boot camp. It's usually a part of a $1,000 or more package. So, or a $500 setup for $1 million postcards. All right, so I'm going to give you my Magic Bullet postcard, show you how you can use that, how you can deliver on the promises, and what was I going to say on that? So you can have it. Well, you're going to be able to have us mail those for you. Okay, so you're going to be able to delegate, outsource those postcards. All right. So time blocking, assign roles and responsibilities. Do you have anybody? Okay, think about your resources. Do you have anybody helping you now? Can anybody help you, especially during this next 28 days? Some of the stuff that we're going to do, if you haven't set them up yet, you'll set them up now first, which will take some extra time, but then it's set up for the future. Okay, like if you don't have a phone number for sellers to call, or then you need to get that. Now, a website is optional. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about using your existing website, but we don't have time to create a website. We don't have to do a website. I've handled that many times in the past with our mailing clients, and that's what I was going to say. In the past, for our mailing clients, what I was going to say, Mark, is the market. The biggest difference between the results people get, which is one of the issues that people have today, or their concerns about this program, is their market, who they hit, who they target. Okay, so what I would do is I would go ahead and get on the phone with them, discuss that, and help them select the best zip codes to hit. That's why I'm out offering that free marketing plan. Okay, because that is really important. All right. And then, all right, then we're going to start generating leads. So let me, let's see. We're going to talk about our goal here.
When's our next break?
Our next break is in about 10 minutes.
Okay, cool.
Oh, we got the quick start guide right in the manual here. Interesting. Oh, this is cool. All right. The 7 steps for soaring success. All right. Select a destination, decide on your goals. All right. What we want to do is we want to clarify our values and get in touch and why this goal is important to us. Okay. And we want to create goals on what you want to have, be, and do. And we want to commit to the deadlines for successful completion. Okay. So if everybody right now has the same goal, make $28,000 in extra cash, buying a house within 28 days, using none of your credit, none of your money. What would prevent people from achieving that, Mark?
Limiting beliefs.
All right, limiting beliefs. Now, I invite people to type in the chat any answers or even unmute themselves if they want to answer. Okay, so I want to know what obstacles we're going to have setting this goal.
Budget.
A budget? What kind of budget?
Well, that might be an obstacle. Maybe they've got no budget.
For marketing?
For marketing, yeah.
Okay, what else?
Go ahead and type in your answers to the chat if you have. So the question is, what's going to prevent you from achieving this goal? Skills, right? Like not
All right.
going in.
Okay, skills. What else? What are the obstacles? Say, by the way, when you set a goal, you don't have any obstacles until you set the goal.
Right. You mentioned this last night. It's amazing. Immediately when you set the goal.
Immediately when you set the goal, that's when you create obstacles. Okay.
These obstacles.
All right. So
what about connections?
Connections?
Yeah, like a social, like the networking. What if you don't have that? Could that be an obstacle?
Okay. Connections and networking. And by the way, the reason why I'm taking a list is I want to knock all these out before we launch our plan here. Okay.
Time.
Time. Okay. What else?
Experience.
Experience.
Kind of like with skills. Confidence.
How about hot market?
Hot market.
Hot market. Good.
That sounds like John. I know John wants that question answered.
Yes.
Thanks, John. Okay.
All right.
Knowledge base. I guess that's with skills.
I'm gonna stop sharing my screen here, and I wanna see everybody. Okay. All right. So, all right, knowledge base.
Yeah.
So we're repeating a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. Funding, access to private money. Oh, he did.
All right. Funding for private money. We got limiting beliefs. We got marketing budget, funding for private money. We got skills, experience, and knowledge. Time. We have connecting, or our connections, our network. We have a hot market.
Finding sellers that are receptive.
Okay, finding. We'll call it flexible and receptive sellers. Okay, I'm really going to talk. I'm going to open your eyes on that. Maybe change. Hopefully, Mark. Hopefully, I change a few beliefs along the way here. don't. Yes, exactly. I understand. Me and Mark know that it's more about your belief and what you expect. How many people expect this not to work? It's like, you know what? Mark, there are some people
I plead
here.
the fifth.
All right, Gil. There are some people watching this actually came here to prove that it doesn't work.
No.
No, not you, Gil. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about there is actually people that they want to. Okay, I'm going to tell you this happens with sellers. Okay, What is a seller trying to do when they call you off your postcard? What are they trying to do?
They're trying to take you off their list.
They're trying to take you off their list. They want to prove that it doesn't work so they don't have to think about it, right? Right? And it's too good to be true. And yeah, so they're looking for a reason to cross you off their list. Okay. Some people do that when they have an opportunity. It's like, yeah, but that's probably not going to work out, or I know it's not going to work out. Okay. And again, that's kind of beliefs, right? All right. Let's see. Limiting beliefs are a biggie. Okay. What kind of beliefs do you have around this? Okay. That you don't believe it's going to work. Okay, let me ask you this: is it possible for it to work for anybody? Has anybody ever done this?
Yeah.
Shake your head. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Now, what if it's possible for somebody else? Is it possible for you?
Yeah, of course.
It's if you're brand new and you don't have any resources, you don't have any marketing budget, you don't have any time, it's going to be quite difficult, but it is possible. Okay. But if you didn't have any time and you didn't have any money and you didn't have any belief, all right, why even set the goal in the first place? So my job is to show you, what kind of money budget it requires, because we're talking about sending out postcards, right? And if you don't have the money, can you get that money? Now, I have some mailing clients that their budget is only $500 a month. Okay. So, but I'll tell you, it takes more than $500 to typically get a deal. Now you can find a deal. You can do one of these deals with no postcards and no marketing budget. So we'll talk about that. Okay. All right. What other limiting beliefs around finding the deal, structuring the offers, getting it accepted, funding the deal, and then collecting our $28,000 in 28 days? What are some of the obstacles or concerns? What are your concerns?
Knowledge to do all that.
Well, that's why you're here. That's why you're here. Hey, Gil, did you have a chance to look at the quick start guide yet?
Yeah, I've read over it.
Okay, good. All right. So what I want you to keep in mind, any questions you have after I'm done, before we're done with the 3 days, make sure that if you don't know what to do, that we cover it. Okay.
Okay.
Are you going to be here throughout the program until Saturday?
I'm planning on it. Unless my wife, complains.
Okay. Isn't that an obstacle?
Yes.
If everything that I promised you guys is true and real, isn't this a great opportunity?
Absolutely.
It absolutely change your income and your real estate investing?
Yes.
Okay. So when you have an opportunity like this, yeah, there's going to be things that can pull you away from that. But guess who's going to decide if they're going to pull you away or not?
Me.
Now, of course, you have to weigh the pros and the cons.
Bingo.
All right, so let's talk about that. Actually, let's talk about that after the break. We're going to talk about why this is important, because if it's not important, let's do a goal that is important and that you are committed to. Because if you don't believe it, or if you don't think it's going to happen, or if you don't think you have the resources, or you don't think you're going to gather the knowledge, then we'll adjust the goal so it's something you can commit to, that would excite you and you can accomplish. The only reason for setting a goal is to achieve it. And with that, we're on a break until the top of the hour. And I am going to stop the recording. And I'm going to mute myself.
Hey, Mark, you there? Hello?
I think you might. Looks like they might have got bumped off. Looks like they'll be back hopefully.
Oh, we're still seeing Mark in the picture.
Oh, let me see that. It just says Marcus screen sharing.
Oh, maybe that's not he's not moving around, so maybe he's not there.
Oh yeah, maybe got bumped. I'm sure they'll reconnect with us in a second here.
Yeah. Hey, Jim, you know what? I don't have all that stuff in my account and I paid. Do you? All the resources?
Yeah, I do actually. For some
I
reason, I
don't,
think Richard's adding it. I think he's doing a lot of it manually. But I would send him a text, him or Mark a text in the chat, so he can look you up manually and put you in there.
yeah, because I all the resources, the scripts, the quick start guide, all I don't see any of that in mine. All I see is mainly the 3 programs, the marketing, the 28 days, and there's one more in there.
Yeah, if you click on the 28, you have to click on the 28 days, right? So you have to click on that tab, and it's within there, right?
Well, no, that's just the course. That's not all the resources.
The resources are within that course.
What he's going
Yeah, the resources
over.
in that course in the last couple of days. And if you have any issues accessing that, you can also reach out to me because I'm helping Richard on the side.
Okay, there you go.
And who are we talking to? I'm so sorry.
This is Damien.
Damien, there you go. Thank you, sir.
Yep.
Damien, how do I get in touch with you?
Let's see. Well, I'm in the Facebook group here, so you can reach out to me through Facebook Messenger.
Okay.
Yeah, but yeah, if you go into Roopodia and you go to the 28 days program, Richard just posted all kinds of links and stuff like that in there. So each of those links, as you go through, for the things that are separate courses, you click those links, and it takes you to the sign up page, where you simply access there. It has a coupon built into the link, and all you have to do is enroll, and it's covered. So
yeah.
all
David,
that
already paid.
Yeah, I already paid. But you see, I'm looking at it right now, and it's saying, that's why I think something's wrong with mine. It says unlock your program, but I paid.
Yes. For each of those bonuses that's in there, if it's in Roopodia as a separate program, you have to enroll in that program. But if you click the link that's provided in the 28 days program, it has a coupon built into the link that's going to give it to you for free because it's included. So
that's
you simply
what I'm
enroll
saying.
using that link.
Yeah, but I'm already enrolled.
I think what he's saying, Judith, that you have to click that 28-day program.
I did. I'm in there.
Okay, and what is it saying?
It's saying $1 Million Mindstorming.
Okay.
And then it's saying unlock your program now, instant access to audio recordings.
Okay, go ahead and click that.
There's not a click on there, but underneath it, it's saying resume course.
There you go. Click that.
I have that's not what I'm talking about. So like that's the Mindstorm. We already know that. So I have the 3 programs. There's some free stuff, but like the quick start guide, I don't see that.
The quick start guide should be inside the 28 days section.
Yeah, I'm in there.
So if you go to resume course, it should be in there.
Okay.
But here, I'll go log in on my computer and if you don't find it here by the next break, we can go over that and
okay.
see where you're at, or just reach out to me on Messenger if you can't figure it out, and we'll get it sorted out.
Okay, that sounds great.
Alrighty?
Thank you so much.
Okay, no problem. All right. But
Thank
yeah, you have to go through and click each of those links, and if it's telling you to enroll, like I said, just enroll, and you're gonna see that there's no price tag on there. It'll say that it's or it'll show a coupon or something like that in there that's already there, because these things are included in the course.
Oh, okay. So maybe I was just thinking I had to pay it because it showed like
No.
an amount on it. Okay. All right.
Yeah,
Well, we'll
if you
see.
click the link from inside the course, that'll have a coupon built into that link. So it'll still show it to you, but you go to just enroll, it's gonna show that cost and then with a line through it, and it means it's free. So
Oh,
yeah,
because it's showing prices. So I was thinking I had to, like, it didn't recognize that I was enrolled. I gotcha.
yeah, that you should be all set there. That's if you have any problems with that link, just let me know, and we'll get you taken care of.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you so much.
You betcha, Sherry.
All right, bye.
Thank you, Damien. I just made you a co-host.
Yeah.
Well, hold off on that. I'm still on my phone. I'll go log in from my computer here in a second. Had to get that contract signed this morning.
Hey, hey, send that love. Send that love.
All right, I withdrew your co-host permission.
That's not nice.
I'll be right back in there.
No,
We're having a good time.
you know what happens is
Yeah,
if
I'll,
he's
I'll be right in
co-host,
there.
if I get kicked off, he becomes host or Mark becomes host. But if they're not around, then one of you become host. It's weird.
Richard, your hair looks gorgeous today. What did you do?
Oh, well, you know, the great thing about COVID is that you don't have to bath or have mouthwash or get your hair cut. I'm just kidding. Thank you.
You're looking like a
I
pretty
need a
boy.
haircut. My barber is a wonderful woman named Joy. And I remember her name because when I first met with her about a year ago, she told me that she was born on Christmas Day. That's why her name is Joy.
Aw.
She's got a little small, barber shop in a town near where I live. I'm in a little small town in Texas right now.
You are? Where are you at? I thought you were in California for some crazy reason.
I grew up in California. I joined the Air Force when I was 19, so I
Oh,
until I was 19.
I like the small town. I'm in San Antonio.
Cool.
You can really dominate those small towns, Richard.
Hi,
That's
Richard.
what I agree. That's what we're going to talk about on selecting markets is
Yes.
if you have the ability, you want to go to a smaller market where you can make a lot more money. It's the exact opposite of what a lot of people think is that they have to go into hot markets. They got to go where there's a lot of sellers or buyers, that there's a high demand. And it depends on your investing model. So with our investing model, we can take advantage. We can do things that nobody else can do.
That's what I like about it.
Well, that's encouraging.
Yeah.
Right?
That's encouraging. Hi, I'm Rhonda.
Good to
We're
see
going to be
you.
able to dominate already.
Richard, did I just hear you say you're in Texas?
I am.
Yeah.
I thought you were in Colorado.
Oh,
I did too.
I thought California.
I moved.
It must be the house.
I moved a year ago, April.
Oh. Well, I moved to Texas from Colorado too, so I don't blame you.
Welcome, you all.
Yeah.
You guys were discussing the smaller markets. I'm in a small town, so that's very encouraging to hear that you don't have to be in a larger. I mean, I'm outside, but I'm in farm country. I'm in Virginia, in a little area we call the Northern Neck, because there was nothing here but cornfields and cows.
How close is the closest metro area?
About an hour and a half. I'm between Richmond, Virginia, and what they call Hampton Roads, or the Tri-Cities, which is Virginia Beach, Norfolk, Chesapeake, Hampton, and Williamsburg. Everybody's heard of Williamsburg.
Yeah, I love those.
I drove through there just last month. I met with one of my old coaching clients. Let me go ahead and start the recording. Record to the cloud. Okay. Yeah. So last month I got a chance to go to Virginia and Maryland. I met with Melvin Yates. He owns Flagship Exit Realty in Upper Marlboro. He's one of my old coaching clients, and he's actually the one who got me back into the game. December of 2019, he called me, wanted some help with his business. He's one of the most successful recruiters for brokers in exit realty. He has over 165 brokers. He does a phenomenal job, and I got a chance to meet with him and see his office and stuff. And then I went down to Richmond, Virginia, where I met with Brian Rhodes. I don't know if Brian Rhodes or Mark Gans is here.
I didn't see them.
Okay. And
Richmond's about an hour and a half.
So here's the deal. I'm teaching you something that I've been teaching for many, many years. And these guys learned it 10 or 15 years ago, or at least, 11 years ago. And they started buying these free and clear houses, and now they have these houses becoming fully paid off.
That's awesome.
And I created this model to solve the biggest challenges back in 2007 with the mortgage market meltdown prior to the housing collapse. Started focusing on buying and holding, buying with long-term 0% owner financing, never relying on banks to either buy or sell. Because prior to that, in the early 2000s, I was getting tons of deals. I was buying subject to, I was buying with owner financing. I was originally, in the beginning, I actually bought on lease options. I don't buy that way anymore because I want to have the deed. But remember where they had all those liar loans and anybody could get a loan? Okay. I had all these tenant buyers in all my houses, 50 houses. So every month I'd get, one or two tenant buyers cashing me out, collecting 30 or 40 or 50 grand. And it was amazing. But then, it changed and, how do you protect yourself going forward? And so the model, the ultimate strategy is designed to work in any economy, but tough economic times as well as good times, as well as in hot markets. The reason I created this playing with the seller, I'm going to show you how I do this. The reason why we can actually offer more for a house than any other buyer. Okay, we can pay over market price for a house if we play with the seller's equity. And maybe I'll share a video with you. Very first boot camp I did live was in 2003, and we recorded it on video. And then the last 10 minutes of that 2-day program in Las Vegas, I kind of created this, free and clear model and it was the solution to a hot market. It's like, why would anybody sell to you when you're in a hot market and they can just stick a sign in the ground and get multiple offers? Why would they sell to an investor? So we came up with a number of reasons. And one reason is price. Some people, it's a mistake. Most investors focus in on price and most sellers focus in on price. But what I do is I teach you how to deliver and communicate additional benefits for waiting for their money, which is a higher price, and the other benefits of waiting for their money. So it might save them on taxes. It might be that it's inherited property and they're just going to give the money to the family member and the family member is going to blow it. Well, how would you like that family member to get a nice annuity, a monthly income secured by a house? So there's a lot of things that we've learned over the years, but we created it so that we can change our advertising from sell your house as is for a fair price on the date of your choice. And if you ever heard of that headline from anybody else, it came from me. We changed it to sell your house as is for top dollar on the date of your choice. And that was for my clients in a hot market. So there's several solutions to a hot market. In fact, I have a collection. How many people have ever heard of Killer Conversations? Killer Conversations. Okay. I have a collection of those in Rupodia,
In fact, I need to get that to all the people at the Roop alumni reunion a couple weeks ago. I was looking through the list of titles. There's like 121 issues. And there was one on selling in hot markets. And I listened to it the other day. It's like 15 years old. And it's perfect for what, like John was asking, what do you do in a hot market? You know, it's nothing's, we don't have to invent anything. We have the answers. What we need to know is what are your problems, and let's handle the problems. I can't teach everything I know in 3 days or even 28 days if we met every day for 28 days. So I need to know what your challenges are so I can solve the issue. The best way I operate is ask me a question and I'll give you the solution. I'll give you the answer. I'll find the answer, or I'll make something up that sounds plausible. Just kidding. Just kidding. All right, Mark, are we ready to
That makes
started?
us wonder.
It's good to see you guys. Did I not tell you how much I appreciate you showing up and joining me? I mean, this is a big commitment of time, and I really appreciate all of you.
Thank you. We appreciate you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
This is what I love. This is what I love. I love this stuff. Right.
Good to see you back in the saddle again.
Well, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All right. So let's take our goal. And usually if I'm working with a consulting client in any type of business, in any type of industry, and that's what I did before I focused in on real estate entrepreneurship, is I could use marketing and business strategies in any industry and increase their sales and profits, help them achieve their goals. Okay. I actually became a success coach back in the late 80s when I was working with Dr. Tad James in Advanced Neurodynamics. When we published that book, The Secret of Creating Your Future. So I usually, actually did success coaching with people. And when you have a goal, the question is, why is it important to you? So sometimes what I would do is I have people take an inventory of what's important to them around that goal, like around business or career or financials, right? Because we're working on a financial goal. So what's important to you about your business or career goals, right? And then you go ahead and make a list of values. So I'm going to ask you to do that right now. Grab your paper and pen and let me ask you a question. And this is going to help us turn this goal, this notion, this idea of making $28,000 in 28 days. We're going to turn it into a real smart, double smart goal. Okay. And I'll walk you through that. Because if you don't have a well-formed goal, it's very hard to achieve. But it has to be important to you. So let me ask you, I'll just ask you based on this goal. Why is it important to you to achieve this goal? And if you don't have the same goal that we're all working on, 28,000 in 28 days, let us know what your goal is. But why is it important to you? Anybody, I want you to go ahead and maybe unmute yourself and chime in. And you can also, are you there, Mark, to tell me what's in the chat?
I am.
In the chat. All right. So why is making 28,000 important to you in 4 weeks?
I'll start off.
Okay.
I've been a nurse for 40 years, and I've been involved with some real estate investing, and I never had, I guess I was taking course after course after course, and I've had some of your courses before, Richard, but then was it 2008 that hit? And then it's like everything I learned, the rules changed daily. And I got fearful about pulling the trigger. So I kept having to go back to nursing. Well, I can't do that all my life. And I don't have a retirement fund, and I don't want to be a burden to my kids. So I'm ready to secure my future. And I've got when you said, what's your goal? I would like a $5 million retirement plan.
Okay. Now, your resource on that is $1 Million Mindstorming, The Secret of Creating Your Financial Future, that 2-day program I did with Willie Hooks. Okay. That's going to help you create that 5-year vision.
Okay.
And that's going to create direction for you. And when we go through that program, we actually get really in touch with what do you want to be? What do you want to do? And what do you want to have when you're financially free? Okay. And then why is that important? Right. And then we actually, go through the entire process to make financial freedom a specific goal. Okay. So when we create a goal, we want it to be SMART.
Right.
All right. So the first M, it's an acronym.
Specific, measurable.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Come on, Carol. What's the third one?
Specific, measurable. A is
Attainable.
Attainable is what I thought. And then
Okay. All right. So I use achievable. We can also use attainable. Okay. What's R? So everybody write this.
realistic.
S is specific. M is measurable.
Measurable.
We got A. Then R is what?
Is it realistic?
Realistic.
And T is for time.
And timed. It has to have a deadline.
Yeah.
So with this program, we already put a deadline on it, March 1st, right? We have a deadline. Okay. Now, when you're working on your goal, if you decide you want to do a 60-day goal or a 90 goal instead, and that's what we normally do. When we do boot camps, we've done several boot camps, and we do a process called the experiment, where we help people set a 90-day cash goal. Okay. And then we teach them how to do it. And then we provide them 30 days of, support in achieving that goal. Okay. Or they sign up for coaching and they have a whole year of support. Right. But as part of a camp where we're teaching the experiment and we set a 90-day goal, we give, as part of that boot camp, we usually give 90 days of support. So, it's got to be timed. So we've already put a time on it unless you change it to a different time. All right. Now there's another acronym for how we're going to set up our goal, and we'll get more into this later. We want to get the basics here, but the second acronym is SMART as well. Does anybody know what the first S is? So it's sensory specific. Okay. And then M is meaningful. And I want to talk about that right now. Meaningful. And then A is as if now. So when you write down a goal, you want it to write it in a way which is sensory specific. So you're looking through your own eyes, you're feeling the feelings, you're hearing what's going on. It's like you're creating a future memory. You're in your body experiencing the goal happening. Okay. So it's sensory specific. And then meaningful. So that's related to your values. And then A is as if now. So you're writing in as if now. And some of this stuff is fully covered in the programs I already gave you in your program support here. And then R is relevant. And then T is you want to set a goal towards what you want, not what you don't want. Okay. So let me ask you guys, go ahead and chime in, unmute yourself, chime in, or put it in the chat. And Mark, you let me know anything in the chat. Okay, and I was going to ask you why this is important to you. So Carol, you said you want to change that and you want to create this 5-year vision, right?
Correct. Yeah.
Why is 28,000 collecting 28,000 within 28 days important?
Well, that would allow me to pay off pretty much all my debt so that if I decide not to take any more contracts for nursing, then I'm not killing myself financially.
So it gives you some flexibility on what you choose to do,
right,
to the nursing. And what else would paying off those debts do for you?
Allow me to do the things I want to do, such as travel.
Okay. All right. And do you want to own and operate a real estate business, or do you want to do this on the side? How do you want to be spending your time over the next 12 months?
Over the next 12 months? I don't ever see myself as retiring, like not doing anything. So yeah, to have a business and something that gives me a purpose to get up in the morning and do something, because it would be too easy to just, sit around and do nothing. I don't want to do that.
And you're an entrepreneur.
Yes.
Yes. And have you ever been working on a business or a project which it really excited you to get out of the bed in the morning and work on it?
Occasionally.
So
yeah.
that feels pretty good, right?
Right.
So it's not even work.
Right.
If it's in alignment with what's important to you and it's part of your purpose and mission, then it's like, this is what I do. Okay. So with the $1 Million Mindstorming, that's going to help you get in touch with, what's important to you, what's your purpose, what's your mission, and what do you want to do? Well, as we set a goal for financial freedom 5 years from now, for example, it's like, okay, once you've achieved it, once you're looking through your own eyes and you're experiencing it, what are you doing? What's going on? What's happening? Where you live? What are you doing on a daily basis? What are your priorities then? So that's creating a goal, right? So what would happen if on March 1st, you actually collected these 28,000 closing the deal like we're talking about? Imagine that. Can you imagine that?
Uh-huh.
Okay, get it. All right. So what would be going on with you then?
Let's do another one.
Okay, good. So,
and another one, and another one.
Would you say that the biggest way to change people's beliefs about what's possible is actually to get them to do their first deal?
Yes.
When people get into real estate investing, it's really, let's get them to their first deal as quickly as possible, because yes, we can talk about changing beliefs and all of that and use some techniques and everything, but that does it. Okay. Plus, we talked about the obstacles, which is not knowing how to do it. Well, once you've done it, now you have some experience. We talked about obstacles, no experience, knowledge, skills. You develop the skills, you develop the knowledge, and you learn what you need to learn, and you learn what you need to know. And you also will get in touch with whether, is this really important to me or not? Okay. Because maybe you have other priorities. Okay. So, that are not financial, but unfortunately we live in a financial world. Like you said, you have some debts you would like to pay off. How many people have some debts they would like to pay off? Okay. All right. What I'd like you to do is actually write down some of those debts that you would like to pay off. If you pay off debts, there's a compounding effect there, because it'll save you, interest in the future as well, have the emotional benefit, but also the financial benefit. All right. What else would that $28,000 do for you, Carol?
Well, it would give me that satisfaction of success. As I said, I tried several real estate investing courses years ago, and I never had success. And so then it made me fearful to even try to pull the trigger anymore. So,
okay. So one of the obstacles you had in the past, as far as finding something that works, is you had a history of it just not working. You didn't believe it was going to work. And it's like, I should just go ahead and do my other things. Right.
Right.
Okay. So, and do you have any fear of it not working now? Say yes.
Well, yeah.
Okay. And we talked about another obstacle was confidence, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, confidence. And that's my job, is to instill that confidence to you by Saturday. So you're not there yet. Okay. We got more stuff to do. And then guess what? Are you going to be 100% confident?
No.
No. So what do you do if you have fear about working our game plan?
Well, I'm in a position now where I actually have more time that I can dedicate to working on me as much as anything. And
But Sunday night, we officially start on Monday. What if you still have some fear about doing the process or not achieving the goal?
well, I think I'll always have fear until I have that first check in my hand.
Yeah. So what you do is you take action with that fear.
Right.
That's called courage, right? You'll never get rid of all your fears. That's not like a mission or a goal. But we want to eliminate the false fears or the things that really aren't real. Okay. Okay. Anybody else want to chime in on what achieving this goal will do for you, or what you would do with the money, or why are you excited about it, or why would you even commit to it? Anything like that.
I will.
Yeah, go ahead.
I will. My name's Rhonda. Actually, by achieving the goal, it's going to bring me some relief. It's kind of hard to. I've been trying to be a real estate agent. I actually joined Fortune Builders back in 2017. And I do have one fix and flip that I've successfully completed. But for the most part, with their program, I've just been spinning my wheels. My husband has financially supported me. I want to get out from underneath his financial support and be able to do this on my own. A fellow investor in my area reached out to me about kind of assisting him with phone calls. Dutch, he's very familiar with you. He's probably on this call right now.
Oh yeah, he's enrolled, but he told me he wouldn't be here 100%.
He's got a cancer treatment today, a chemo treatment.
That's right.
So he asked me to become more familiar with your setup. He says he believes it's going to help me, and help him.
Well, yeah, I talked to him yesterday, and he was telling me pretty much how he's been getting ripped off the years. Okay.
Yeah, he's been through a lot, and like I said, I keep banging, and like you were asking about, what do you do if you're not confident? You just keep moving forward. I've been doing that for 4 years, and I needed to start working. And
so some of the things,
wasn't meeting my needs.
Some of the inner game stuff I'm going to teach you is going to help you, but but it's also the strategy. It's the inner game and the outer game. So the outer game is the how to, but that's only 20% of it. 80% is the inner game. Okay. So when you say you've tried that for 4 years, well, there is no failure. There's only feedback, but you want that feedback and makes those adjusts. And we'll get back to our game plan that I'm showing on the screen right now. Talks about that.
Yeah, I need to see progressive productivity, positive productivity moving forward, instead of at a stalemate or being dependent. This is my business, and I need to see the growth there so that I can help my husband. But a lot of it, you get to a point where you get so. I haven't reached defeatment yet because I'm stubborn. I'm like, I'm going to figure this out. But that'd be my that's what I will get from this. If I can actually start seeing some positive growth.
Okay.
That's what I will get.
All right. So what happens in the past, which you've learned, which I'm going to point out to you so you can really learn from it, because it cost you a lot of money, okay, is that we got to be aware of the shiny object syndrome, and the things that sound too good to be true. 28,000 in 28 days sounds too good to be true, right? But what did you invest? $300, and a month to figure it out. Other people have spent 20, 50, 100 grand to figure out that what they're being taught doesn't really deliver what's promised. And sometimes it's a great system and you're just not working it, but more often it's just not, the system doesn't perform like it's been sold. Okay. So the reason why we're spending all this time today, day one, on setting a goal and making sure that it's important to you and that it's well formed is because that is the key. Is, like you said, you want to see progress, right? Okay. Well, I usually tell people never spend $1,000 or $2,000 on a market, more than $2,000 on a marketing campaign, typically, until it's working, until you know it works. Okay. So you can test something with a couple $1,000, but there are people out there saying you have to spend $5,000 or $10,000 a month on marketing in order to get to make like 50 grand on a deal, or 25 grand on 50 grand on a deal for $10,000 in marketing. But people are telling me they spent like $40,000 on marketing over a period of time and didn't get any deals.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't take that long to figure it out. So what the purpose of this first boot camp that I'm doing with you guys is actually to create a community of investors that are serious, right? And that are active, and that and we can, it's like a little mastermind. Okay. Now, we've been doing this before with our coaching program. In our coaching program, everybody gets together on a call. There's a couple groups, but they get in a group call every month with others and get some group support, as well as the individual support and ongoing support and other, how to. But, we talked about, was it you, Rhonda, that said connecting and networking? Was that you? Well, who said that? Someone, as an obstacle, your connections and your networking as a potential obstacle.
Yes, that was one of the ones that I had threw out there,
Yeah.
because that's one of the things you face in a small town is, I come out of this being a housewife, a mother, stay-at-home mom. So I was talking to Dutch about this yesterday. I don't have a church network. I don't have a hobby,
So Rhonda, let me just point out, right now you have a nationwide network of folks that were hanging out together today. So this small town thing is, it's great the benefit of a small town is you can dominate a small town. Ask me how I know this. You can be a big fish in a small town. That's how you get really good results, is hitting a smaller market over and over, right? And then you can also be involved in the community. But today we do have some opportunities to be networking with some other really savvy and successful and motivated and supportive and high integrity, investors. So that's what I'm putting back together right now. Okay. So you said you did, Rhonda, you said that achieving this goal would give you some relief. Relief of what?
Let me see if I'm on. Yeah. I had to double check, see if I muted my microphone. Anyway, the relief, stress right now is just a lot of stress involved for me. It's going to relieve a lot of stress as I see myself moving forward and having positive, meeting the goals, having the financial coming into my business, not relying on other people, paying off people, that I owe, being able to be in a position to be more of an asset to other people. It's just, for me, it's a lot more of an emotional stress that's going to be relieved, because when you've got all of that on top of you, it can get overwhelming.
I understand that. And you know what, that's that's, money's not everything, but so many people struggle because of money issues. Let's solve that. That's kind of like my job. That's what I do. It's not about making the money. It's about relieving that financial stress, having some certainty about, your income abilities without trying to reinvent the wheel or chase the next opportunity and all like that, but also have the variety so that it's not a grind. There's a lot of people being taught how to do wholesaling, and that these young guys are saying, just, kick it and grind it. And, that's not how I want to live. I think you should live your preferred lifestyle as soon as possible. A lot of the things that you're not doing right now, Rhonda, that you might want to do actually doesn't require anything else except for getting in touch with it. So that $1 Million Mindstorming program for all you guys, you're going to love it. It's really going to change your life. All right. I mean, look at all the stuff that I have in Rupodia. I don't know if you can see all that stuff. I don't know how. I'm trying to organize it. I've published over 200 programs. Okay. And the number one program I ever created was the one I gave you. Okay. It's the most important and it's the best. So when I did my first live event virtually back in, what was it? I think it was end of August with Tim Mai, the 7-figure lifestyle business challenge. I over those 5-day challenge, instead of teaching a bunch of how-to, I kind of walked through that $1 Million Mindstorming program, but not completely. But I took elements of both what we're doing here and that, because that was the most important thing I could do for people to make a difference in their lives. Okay. So yeah, we need those connections. We always want to be growing. Growth is really important to people. And the way you grow is take an assessment of where you're at, decide where you want to grow to, and then, as a goal, right? And then make that plan, okay? And then make it happen. So a lot of times we're talking about growing our net worth in what I do, growing our net worth, growing our passive cash flow, and then growing the amount of money that we get to pay ourselves each month. Okay. I talk about writing yourself a 5-figure paycheck. My first course was how to write yourself a 5-figure paycheck buying and selling houses, which was creative financing, but a lot of like the subject to as well, back in 2001. Okay. But a lot of it was the marketing. That's the key. We talked about the challenges of this business, or this goal is finding the deal, maybe, right? Marketing is key. How you communicate and negotiate and focusing on helping people is important, and doing things that you can control, as opposed to relying on banks, relying on your credit, relying on a real estate agent or a mortgage broker or the government or anything outside of your control in order to succeed. If you rely on those things, if you rely on a buyer to perform, if you rely on those things, you're out of control, and it can create that stress. So my entire investing philosophy and strategies are all designed to reduce that stress and have more control. And either you win or you win, typically on a lot of stuff that we do. All right. Now, the way not to achieve a goal of $28,000 in 28 days is because it's not really important to you. So, Carol, let me ask you. You said you're going to pay off debts, okay? And you also told me that it would. I don't have my notes here. Oh yeah. All right. So you told me the reasons the benefits that it would. That you would get from doing that. Does it require that? What if you did 20,000 instead of 28,000? Would it still make a difference for you?
Yeah, because to me that's showing that the program is a success, and so maybe that particular deal didn't do what I wanted it to do, but it has given me the success pattern that I know it works, and I'll just keep applying it, and maybe do the longer term of doing 100,000 in 90 days. The bills itself are paying off the debt. You know, that's just a fringe benefit. For me, the biggest thing is that I've had so many things that it's a confidence thing. I've had so many things in the past where, you know, the shiny object syndrome definitely got me hooked, and nothing worked. And so I had absolutely no confidence moving forward. And I have followed you for, gosh, I don't remember when I first got involved with you, but I know you were talking earlier about the Clear Money Machine, and I remember having that program at some point. So at that time, though, I had much more obstacles in that I was working full time. Actually, I was working more than full time. I was working probably 72 to 80 hours a week. So it's not the financial thing as much as it is that, okay, so even if I don't get 28,000 in 28 days, maybe 100,000 in 90 days is a more realistic and attainable goal. But the main thing is I just need the success to say, yes, I can do this.
Okay. Okay, good. So I was telling you about your superpowers that Willie Hooks, told us on this Roop alumni event that we did. The number one superpower was, set a goal, make a plan your work a plan, get feedback and adjust, right? Your second superpower is I can't even remember exactly. I got to listen to it again, but it's around achieving your intention. So your intention is to prove that it works, you can do it, that that you have that ability, right? And it's not necessarily the financial. It's like, but focusing in on and achieving that goal. Okay?
Right.
That's what it sounds like. So what if in 28 days, there's some limitations to the time frame because some of that we can't control, which we'll talk about.
Right.
Is what if you close the deal and you got your marketing money back, you got all the money to close the deal, you don't have any money into the deal, okay? But you're getting $200 a month positive cash flow. It's occupied, and you built in $150,000 profit from the cash flow, and then the cash later when you sell it in, say, 10 years, okay, or refinance it or whatever, or extend it. But in 10 years, you've made your $150,000 in profit. So on this first deal, you didn't really pull any money out, but you created this asset that builds this wealth for the future. Sounds like that would meet your intention as well.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not getting any younger. And so, having money coming in on a long-term residual basis is also a very good benefit. So,
Okay.
who knows how long social insecurity is going to be around?
Well,
Yeah.
what did I say about relying on the government? What did I just
I don't want to be there.
No, it's no, you got to create, and you're right. Most people actually, they get to retirement age, and actually during that $1 Million Mindstorming program, I think Willie puts out the statistics of how many people are dead, how many people are dead broke, and how many people are financially independent. And but you have the control of this. So what I'm your tour guide, okay, pointing you, helping you tap into the resources you already got, giving you some, maybe give you some additional resources, but really the motivation, the direction, and the drive. So if collecting $28,000 was not important to you in closing this deal, then let's not force you to almost fail. Because like you said, if you did 100 grand in 90 days, it's more achievable, it's more realistic because of the, things that happen over time, right?
Right.
And also, some of you are going, Richard, you just told me I have to do a bunch of work this month in order to make it work. And I've got other things on my schedule, right? So it's either this is the number one most important thing, then you're going to clear your schedule and put the time in. But it may not be that important. So a 90-day goal, it sounds like to you, if you achieved a 90-day goal and collected, just collected even 28,000 in 90 days, because you've achieved your goal, your intention, and now you have 28,000. So the dollar amount, 100,000 or 28, it's like, what's going to make a difference for you? What's going to motivate you? So that's why I'm asking you guys, what are you going to do with the money? So I want to ask Rhonda. Rhonda, what are you going to do with the money? If you had $28,000, a check for 28,000, how are you going to spend it?
I'm going to reinvest it back into my company to build it to where I want it.
All right. Why is that important to you?
Because I want my company to flourish. I want it to be a success, because in order for me to be happy, my company has to be stable. So I would reinvest it. I would pay off a few, bills that need to be paid, but I would definitely reinvest the majority of it and build my company up for its growth.
Okay, good.
And then as my company grows, I'll have more finances to pay off more of the bills that I owe and become personally debt free and be able to enjoy things that I want to do.
All right. So we're giving you some ideas. At what point would you actually like, there's a couple debts. There's two types of debts we talk about in $1 Million Mindstorming. One is consumer debt, and the other is like investment debt. Investment debt actually has a return, so it doesn't cost you anything because you're making money. You're making a spread or a yield, right? So, but the consumer debt and any others, to get rid of that, like your mortgage on your house, it's a liability. Your house is not an investment. It's you're living in your house and it's costing you. Okay, if you have a free and clear house, it's costing you the ability to take that equity and get other returns on it, right? So it's a house that you live in is not really an investment per se.
Right, and I rent from somebody, so I'm looking forward to the day when I can actually purchase my own house.
Okay, how would you like to?
Our goal is to be able to purchase a family compound so that my adult children are on the same property as us, and that we're going to have included in that is housing for our elderly parents, my mother and my husband's father.
Just real quickly, because you're going to be able to figure this out with the 2A course, but when would you like to have that happen, that compound?
By the end of the year.
Oh, really? That's exciting. I'm even excited about that. Okay. Does anybody have an exciting goal or exciting reason why they want to achieve this, your goal for this program? Go ahead and chime in.
Well, I've got a huge dream to get started on. The dream is various properties in nature to connect people with nature.
Say that again, Gil.
I have a dream of having various properties in nature to connect people with nature.
Yeah.
Okay. And what time frame in the future would you like to accomplish that?
Well, the various properties the rest of my life.
Yeah, but okay, so what you have is a dream, okay?
Yes.
Okay. But it's not a goal, okay?
No.
A goal is a dream with a deadline. So if you have this intention, this idea, it can, give you some, but you're kind of floating around until you actually get really clear on it and then put a deadline on it. But so if you knew, when would you like this to accomplish this?
Okay. One cabin by the end of the year.
There you go. Okay, that's a milestone. So again, with the $1 Million Mindstorming, you're going to get clear on that future direction, and then you're going to set those milestones. So that's great, because isn't that more achievable than what you said before?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay, good. All right. So what is now is your goal with this program? If I teach you how to buy houses better than no money down, you know, you're going to learn it. You're going to get better at it. You're going to build this up. It's going to grow. Okay. Is your goal? Would you like to? Are you committed to doing what it takes? You know, assuming I change your beliefs and give you the how-to and all that within this weekend, would you be committed to doing what it takes throughout February? Do you think you have the time to put into it, or do you have other priorities, or do you need more time? Is 28,000 going to make a difference, or would 10 do it, or do you need more money in 60 days? What's your goal for this program now? So is it 28,000 in 28 days?
That would be nice, but like you said, that's for the experienced person. I've been around for a while learning, but I have never done a deal yet.
Okay, what about 28,000 in 60 days?
That would be maybe a little bit easier for me to deal with.
Okay, but then if you collected 28,000 in 60 days, what would that do for you?
Well, on the flip side, my wife or I are not working. We're burning through our retirement, which is not going to last.
Okay. All right.
So I need to make money to live on.
Okay, what if you made 10,000, you bought a house, collected 10,000, and you did that each month for 3 months, and you've collected 30 over like 5 months. Okay. Would that be just as good, or do you need to, you know, get most of it up front faster because you have a use for it?
That would keep things going, but I need to make more than that to really do anything.
Richard, would his am I even on?
Yeah,
I need to at least make like $5,000 a month just to live.
Okay, good. And that's good. You want to get in touch with that. Okay. And so with your real estate business, your business should be supporting you, not supporting it. We just talked about people's, right? So yeah, if you made an extra 10 grand a month, that will cover your personal needs. And then do you know what you do with the extra 5?
Well, keep reinvesting some of it, and then some of it just go on vacation.
Okay, good. All right, good.
That's the lifestyle I want.
Right,
I burned through quite a bit of money last year because I wanted to travel. I traveled.
Okay.
And I want to continue doing that. So I need 10, 15, 20 grand a month to enjoy life.
Okay, good. All right, good. All right, that sounds great. All right. Yes, Sherry, what were you going to say?
Oh, I'm in the chat box, y'all. Okay, I can talk about me for a moment. Okay, so my goal, and this may be realistic, but it may not, anything is possible. So I want to be able to own a home within 30 days. So I think this program is going to be perfect for that. Also, I want to create affordable houses. So I want to create mobile home parks to purchase land and put homes on it. Because I know that is such a huge need. It is a solution for our economy and what's going on. So I'm gonna do that within 6 weeks. No, not 6 weeks. That would be great. 6 months. And then my ultimate goal is to buy large complexes of multifamily properties. That one I don't have a time frame. I have no idea.
All right. So why the large complex?
The multifamily?
Yeah.
Because I want to create passive income. And I love the idea of multifamily because I'm a big multiple streams of income. And I think there's just going to be so much opportunity with those types of properties. But mainly creating passive income, creating large chunks of equity, stuff like that, so that I can, especially with the multifamily, as you know, you can refinance them after a period of time and pull out so much money once you get them up to level they need to be. So then it would be a matter of, reinvest in, to reinvest in to purchase another one, another one, another one. So
Okay,
the whole
and
goal is what?
And
Cut.
to do all of that would be for what purpose?
Fulfillment.
Fulfillment. but if you went out and found all these great deals, you got all these properties. Why? For what would that do for you?
Oh, hello. Because now I am creating an empire for my family. I have always really did desire to create an empire, a heritage for my family once I'm gone.
All right. So I'd like to make a suggestion to everybody. Okay. If your intention is to create that empire over this period of time, right? Or if your intention is to collect $28,000 in 28 days, okay? Does it, as long as you achieve that, does it matter how you do it, as long as it's ecological and with integrity?
No.
Yeah, no.
Okay. Yeah. All right. So I want to expand your thinking that I'm going to show you exactly how to do stuff, but as long as you achieve your goal, I don't care how you do it.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. What we say is set the goal and then let go of the form. Okay.
Mhm.
I'll tell you a story. This is when I got out of the Air Force, I became an investment broker in Hawaii, and it was almost like a boiler room situation. It was a high-end office, top of a 28-story building in Honolulu, and they had offices nationwide, and they advertised on Financial News Network. But it was not good for the customers. It was not good for people. They were selling options on commodities, which is the options market is risky. Okay, it's highly leveraged and risky. Commodities is risky, it's leveraged. And these were options on leverage. I mean, options on futures. And then they were selling it to individual investors who were not speculators at a 40% commission. I did not know it was not good until, they sold me on becoming a broker, and then I was working in their office, and my intention was to help people make money and achieve their goals, and I wasn't achieving that. Okay. And that's when Dr. Tad James came in, taught an NLP process called the 5-step sales process, which I started using on the phone. And actually, all my fear about cold calling stuff went away because I was focusing on building rapport. And I decided I'd rather sell that type of knowledge versus risky investments. And so I was able to fulfill my intention in a different way, because the other way was not working. And I felt the stress. I actually, it was not good. But once I decided to leave, it's like, what am I going to do? And I'd love to sell this and work with him. So I built his company after that over six years by becoming a marketing expert. That was the solution. But when I was that broker, one of my goals was a Mercedes-Benz convertible. And I had this picture in my little cubicle, and there was a man and woman in the picture of the car. So I pasted my face over the guy's face, and my wife's over the woman's face. And that was my vision board. That was my, visualizing my goal. Well, very shortly after that, I started making a lot of money working with Tad, having success. And in 1990, I bought the Mazda Miata when it came out. Okay. Mazda Miata, little red, little sporty, the first year out, right? But it wasn't like an $80,000 car. It was more like a $20,000 car, right? But what was my intent? My intent was to drive around the island in a sporty car, right? With the top down and have that feeling, right? So yeah, get in touch with your goal, and hopefully, and we'll go ahead and move forward here, is get in touch with your big why. Why do you want it? Why do you want it? All right. Anybody else want to share why they want to achieve their cash goal?
Yeah, so I can buy a Porsche. You just reminded me.
Okay. All right. And why is that important to you?
Because I will feel like freedom and my hair will blow in the air. And I'll be so cold.
All right. Now there's another program I gave you guys. It's called $1 Billion Mindstorming. You're going to love that if you haven't gone through it. It's only 5 minutes. And it's going to get you in touch with some of these exciting ideas, right? But what you just told me when I said, why is that important to you? Guess what? I started traveling recently when I got back into the game here, and I was traveling to work. I was selling a $9 million mansion in Bel Air for my first consulting client from Hawaii back in 1994. He wanted to sell his mansion in Bel Air, California. And I got all excited about this project because he wanted to use my marketing strategy that I used before to sell it in one weekend using a bid process. And so I went to California and, so I was staying in Beverly Hills, so I could stay at a, $400 room, or I got an Airbnb, right? And I drove my Tahoe, but I was meeting with a lot of people and I wanted to have a nicer car. So I rented some really nice cars. So what you talked about in buying that Porsche, guess what? What you just described, how fun it would be, you could actually don't have to wait. You don't have to, it doesn't take that much money to go out and rent one for a day or two. Is that right? Isn't that good? Is that good?
That's good. That's right. True.
All right. Okay, let's go ahead and
that was fun, Richard.
all right, good. See, all right. The way to motivate people is get them emotional, right? And we have these emotional triggers, positive and negative. And we all have experience getting excited about a project, getting excited about a goal, excited about an opportunity. Now, what happens? Sometimes we just get distracted. We lose focus. We forgot that it was even goal. Guess what? Whatever your goal is for March 1st, you're not going to forget it because we're working together. I'm going to hold you accountable. I'm going to remind you. Okay. What's another reason why people don't achieve their goal is because they get stuck, right? Obstacle that they can't overcome. One of the biggest we talked about is belief. Okay. So by Saturday, when we just solidified our goal. So if you look at the quick start plan, day 1 is Monday, and day 1 and 2 is launch your marketing and set your goal. Okay. So by Saturday, we're going to kind of solidify our goal and make sure that it's smart. Okay. And I'm going to remind you, and this is your homework too, besides watching some of the programs I put in on your support site. You want to make sure your goal is specific, it's measurable, so we have evidence that we've achieved it. It's achievable or attainable. Realistic. Now, realistic is really about compared to your other priorities, your time, your resources, okay? So if it's not realistic, don't set an unrealistic goal. Change the amount of the cash goal or change the date of the cash goal, okay? And timed, okay? And then remember, when we create that, it's sensory specific, it's meaningful, it's as if now, it's relevant, so it is important to us, and it is, okay, the last T is toward. It's toward what you want. So the second SMART, the T on SMART is toward. Write down what you want, not what you don't want. Okay, because our mind attracts what we focus in on. Once you focus in on your goal, have a reason, be committed to it, and have it toward what you want to have, be, and do. Okay. All right. So number 1, select your destination. I'm going to alone. Decide on your goals, clarify your values, get in touch with what's important to you, create your goals on what you want to have being due, commit to deadlines for the successful. If you're not committed to doing this in 28 days because of whatever reason, but you could commit to doing it in 56 days or 60 days, then use whatever date you can commit to. Okay. Number 2, make a plan. Create your launch checklist. Identify resources you need to accomplish your goals. I'm going to help you with that. Break goals down into actionable steps. Of course, I've done that for you. Plan your work. Pre-flight scheduling. This is schedule all of your business and personal goals and dates into one calendar, personal and business. Operate off this calendar. I used to do joint venture of partnerships with people where I would, work together on closing their deals. And I just operate off calendar. I let people fill up my calendar with important stuff. I'd block out important stuff for myself. I'd go in Monday and I'd have 8 or 9 hours of incredible production because I put important stuff in my day and then I got out and I just knocked it out. Okay. And it's things to complete. So when you're blocking out time, let me ask you, have you ever had a day where you got like 2 or 3 very important things that were on your schedule? You got them knocked out. Okay. And then it's like, it's like you feel like you lost your motivation because you got a lot of stuff done, take the rest of the day off or whatever. It feels really good to complete things. So when you're blocking out marketing, like we said, an hour a day for sales and an hour a day for marketing. In marketing, you don't put work on marketing for an hour. Okay. What you do is it's a half hour, select my farm area. You can complete that. Half hour, find a mailing house, right? You can complete that, right? So you block out things you can complete. So plan out your work, schedule all your stuff on calendar, block out time, and plan rewards and celebrations. Okay. So yeah, do that on your short-term goals and your long-term goals. Take off, start your mission plan. Don't think during the week. That's what I just told you. I just execute. Again, that'll be more clear by Saturday. 5, monitor your indicators, get feedback. Okay, so review your goals daily. You're going to be, if you're working with me, you're going to be working on them every couple days, every week. So you're not going to, forget about it. And then you're going to track your results. That's what we do in coaching. That's how we coach people to success, is find out what is their goal, what are they going to go do for the next 30 days. And then we have an accountability call with their coach every 30 days. And then on that call, it's like, okay, what did you do? What did you accomplish? What did you say you were going to do? What did you actually do? And then what got in the way? Okay. All right. And then, okay, so what are you going to do over the next 30 days? And why is that important to you? And you want to track it so that you don't get, if you track it, you'll know if you're off base. Again, quick 28 days, everything happens quickly. But if you did set that $100,000 goal for 90 days, that is something we have a goal implementation graph in coaching where you can track the amount collected to make sure that you're halfway towards your goal, or you make sure you're on track. So keeping track of your progress is real important, and focusing on the outcome. Let's see. That way, if you get off, you can do something about it. If you find out you need a new resource, or you need some help, or you need to get an answer to something, or you got to figure something out, overcome an obstacle. There is no failure, only feedback. All right, course correct. Adjust your path along the way. We talked about this. As soon as you set a goal, you've just created those obstacles. So expect the obstacles, decide how you're going to handle them in advance, and then change what's not working. Because if it's, we talked about doing what's not working for 4 years. Yeah, you can change from program to program, but there's a bigger change in that 4 years of learning. It's like, okay, what is really, what has to change? There's something bigger has to change there along the way. change what's not working, focus on what's working best. All right, number 7, success is a journey, enjoy the ride, have fun. Are you guys excited about working on this stuff with me? Good. We have fun, by the way. We have fun. Have fun, appreciate the good, appreciate the bad, appreciate the ugly. You know what? Just appreciate everything, because you can only control what you can control. And everything, to me, I'm learning this. Everything happens for a reason. So all of these biggest challenges that we get sometimes are huge learning experiences. It created whole new opportunities. It changed our mission or our purpose or our path. And we wouldn't have been on this great path if that didn't happen, type of thing. So just, my coach, she says, when something comes up, she asked me, ask yourself, what am I supposed to do with that? So don't get stressed out about it or anything, a situation, but ask yourself, what am I supposed to do with this? And what am I supposed to do with that? Okay. And then trust what comes up. So it's getting, increasing your communication with how you communicate with others is going to help you do more deals. But also you want to, be really good at communicating with yourself, trusting your intuition, and, not beating yourself up, that type of thing. All right. And then work hard. And, but again, we talked, if you're doing something you love, it's not really work, but it is work. And sometimes it really is work. And sometimes you just have to get that work done. But why do you do that? You guys, you tell me. You got a bunch of work to do. You really don't want to do it. Then why do you eventually get it done? Why do you tackle it? Because
you have to. There's no choice. You've waited too long.
All right, because you have this thing that you have to get it done, right? You ran out of time. It's urgent. But why do it at all? Because it's important. Now, how many people have read 7 Habits of Highly Successful People? Stephen Covey.
I bought the book.
All right, read it.
Highly effective people.
You got that one, Mark?
You bet. Yeah, I read it every year.
Okay, good. Well, what are the quadrants? Let's talk about the 4 quadrants.
The time management matrix. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Okay. So there's 4 time quadrants. So if you imagine like a plus or 4 quadrants, upper left-hand corner is quadrant 1, upper right-hand corner is quadrant 2, lower left-hand corner is quadrant 3, lower right-hand corner is quadrant 4. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Quadrant 1, 2, 3, and 4. And there's a continuum. It's time, it's urgency versus importance. So urgency is on the vertical axis, importance is on the horizontal axis. So quadrant 1 activities are urgent and important. Urgent and important. This is like emergencies, like your child falls off the swing and you have to bring them to the hospital. Deadlines, certain things that you need to attend to. So both urgent and important. Quadrant 2 is important, but not urgent. Okay, so quadrant 2 is the leadership quadrant. Again, important, but not urgent. Most humans spend their life in quadrant 1 because they just procrastinate. And eventually things that are important, that are not urgent, become urgent and important. And so they move into quadrant 1. And most people spend their life in quadrant 1. In coaching, we try to encourage you to spend more time in quadrant 2, as much time as possible in quadrant 2. Again, quadrant 2 is the leadership quadrant. Now, quadrant 3 is the myth. This is not important, but urgent. Not important, but urgent. So this is like your phone that's ringing, the text messages that are going off. This is someone else's agenda, someone else's important and urgent, or important, maybe not urgent, but to you, not important, but it's urgent. And so the reason I call it the myth quadrant is because we as a society confuse urgency with importance. We don't understand and distinguish between urgency and importance. And so just because it's urgent, it doesn't necessarily mean it's important to you. So you have to understand and decide sort of in a quiet period of time, what is important to you? What are your values? Why are things important to you? Is this important to you? So someone calls you and say, can you do this? I'm going to give you a phrase here that you might want to write down. If you can control the moment, you can control your life. So in that moment, when someone asks you to do something, if you can control that and you can say or decide, so it's in that period of time where they ask you to do something and you respond, stimulus and response. That's what Viktor Frankl calls the essence of control and the essence of your happiness. That period of time, that split-second decision between stimulus and response, is when you get to decide how you want to live your life. And so if someone asks you to do something and you understand that that's not aligned with what you wanted to get done for the day, that's not aligned with your values, what's important to you, then you could say, you know, can I get to that next week? You know, is that something that maybe someone else can handle? I'm in the middle of something right now. So you go back to what's important to you, your values. Again, urgency is not importance. So that's why we call it the myth quadrant, quadrant 3. And quadrant 4 is not urgent and not important. So again, there's 4 quadrants. Everything in your life should fall into one of those 4 quadrants. My suggestion is try to spend most of your time in quadrant 2. Understand that if you ignore stuff in quadrant 2, it becomes quadrant 1, like health and working out and eating healthy and living a healthy lifestyle, right? We all know that that's important, but if you ignore it, someday it will become urgent. Your doctor will come to you and say, you have this major thing you have to fix. And so eventually everything that is in quadrant 2 will move to quadrant 1. Now, I'm not saying you can eliminate 100% of quadrant 1. There's always going to be deadlines. There's always going to be something that you have to take care of based upon a deadline. However, if you live your life in quadrant 1, you're never going to be able to do your best work. You can never do the best work that you can do if you're always under deadline, if you're always under the gun for something. What happens is then an emergency comes up, like your child falls off the swing set and you have to take them to the hospital. Well, then if you're living your life in quadrant 1, all of those things that you've got stacked up in quadrant 1 you're going to have to drop. You're dropping the ball. You're dropping, commitment. And so understand that everything in your life is one of these 4 quadrants. Quadrant 4, again, not urgent, not important. Quadrant 4 is like excessive internet surfing, waste of time type stuff. If you just want to sit on the couch and veg out and watch the Kardashians or something like that. So that's sort of like waste of time. And so you can eliminate quadrant 4 activities. Again, not important, not urgent. Understand that quadrant 3 is not your value system. That's not your priorities. So sometimes people will call you up and pull you away, or sit on the phone for a long time and just, basically take up your time. So that's quadrant 3. So if you're looking for more time in your life, look to quadrant 3 and 4 and eliminate those. So that's the time management matrix, sir.
Very good. So yeah, you want to be in quadrant 2. You want to be working on things that are important to you, that are not urgent. That's where you're going to see the greatest amount of fulfillment, success, reduced stress, all of that. And what does that require? It requires some planning. Okay. It requires some planning and laying it out in your schedule and committing to getting those things done. And you can always move things around, but you don't schedule you put all your business and personal together on a schedule, but you don't schedule more than 60% of your time because you need, time, things come up and all that. But get the important stuff in there, and don't schedule things that are not important to you. Why would you do that? And don't set goals that are not important to you. Why would you do that? Sometimes people set goals for us, like Mark was saying, it's important to them. It's not important to you. Don't let them control you like that. Maybe it is important to you, then fine. But if it's not important to you, don't let people steal your power and your time. What's more important, time or money?
Time. You can't get anything. You can't get that back.
Yeah. If I drop $20 on the ground and lost it, I could get it. I can get it back. Or even $20,000 on the ground and lost it, I could get it back. But if I lost 20 hours or 20 minutes, I can never get it back. So that's where you do have this control of your time. And that's, everybody has the same amount of time. Some people make $100,000 a month, and some people, don't. But with the same amount of time. All right. So let's see. We got a section on value here. This is the free and clear cash machine module 1. There's your double smart. Commit to deadlines, your goals, smart log. You want to go ahead and create not just your 28-day goal, but think of some other goals that you want to work on to get you motivated. We always suggest that you have longer term and shorter term goals. And again, $1 Million Mindstorming program I gave you is going to be awesome on that. Make a plan, identify resources. Okay, generating leads. All right. So this is part of our quick start guide. So in the free and clear cash machine, we get really specific. So I was going to use the quick start guide as a guide to get specific. So let's take a look at that. And then we got about 40 minutes left. We'll open it to some Q&A. So if you have any questions about what we've covered today, you can put them in the chat. Mark's going to monitor that. We can also open up where you can chime in and ask. And I work really good with questions, but I want to kind of first of all, I'll let you know that as we go, the next part of this game plan is where we get into the real how-to, isn't it, Mark? Really the nuts and bolts of the free and clear investing model.
Yeah, day one is kind of mindset. And then day two is the tech, like the technique and getting into the how-to. What do we do? So what's your next step?
So the point is, I really am planning to go through all the how-to and the examples and show you demos and answer your questions and show you how to use your resources and cover concerns and stuff like that or questions about the how-to. Okay. But like Mark said, day one was really about covering anything that number one motivates you and get you excited about doing this, and number two, identify any fears or concerns that you might have, and then any challenges or obstacles that you have, because we can revisit this later, because through the process we'll knock out a lot of those. But Mark, before I go kind of start getting into some of the tech, and I'm going to gloss over the things that are not important. I'm going to talk about the things that are important, most important on this plan. I'll just touch on a few things. What's really required on this 28-day plan, okay? Some of these resources you have, some of them you'll set up, but you also have a couple days, for example, on start generating leads. That's Monday and Tuesday, right? But tomorrow I'm going to teach marketing. Okay, I'm going to teach, how we structure off. So during Friday and Saturday, I'm going to teach you all the how-to. But But for today, Mark, is there any other inner game support based on what we kind of covered, or what people would help people get the most out of this program or be more successful? Any advice, any coaching ideas, or strategies, models come to mind that we should talk about today? Otherwise, I'll get into the how to.
Okay, so I think and I think you'll hear this over and over, whether you hear it from me or from Richard or Willie. Everyone needs, if you want to increase your performance, increase the accountability. And so that's one of the keys to our program, is we have a lot of accountability. We have a one-on-one accountability coach. Richard also touched on the peer group calls. So we do one-on-one coaching in a group type setting. So your peers, people who are at your same level, whether you've bought 1 deal, 5 deals, 10, 100 deals, you're grouped into these peer groups. And so you get some additional accountability from your peers, and you start to learn, personalities, you start to build some friendships, and you can become accountability partners with each other. So here's a principle. If you ever want to increase performance, increase accountability. That's why some of the programs out there, quitting, smoking, weight loss, that type of thing, they say, tell your friends, tell people who can help you stay accountable for your success. And I think, as a coach and as a person who's involved in the coaching program, well, that's one of the keys that we try to stress is accountability, and keeping, not only setting, so we spend a lot of time today on setting goals, setting the right goal, but also then follow up with that is the accountability. The technique will come tomorrow. So we'll teach you how to do it. But one of the keys, the differences with our program is the accountability. So I think that's one of the things I wanted to just, highlight.
Okay. You know what? We did a really good coaching call on personal accountability. Actually, in preparing the call that we did just recently, I reviewed the one that I did with Dan Duran and Willie Hooks. And I believe you and Coach Keith were on the line. And it's in our coaching library. We have a huge coaching library of inner game resources as well as tech resources, outer game resources. And that was a very excellent whole group call that we did. It's called the personal accountability model.
Right. Yeah. One of the things we touched on in that call was sometimes the only person in your life that's encouraging you to get to your goals is your coach. There's a lot of things in your environment that are against you, whether it's your, people who have told you that would never work, friends who, not out of malice, but because out of subconscious, they want to keep you right where you are. They want you to stay right at the level that you're at. And so oftentimes it's the coach that is encouraging you to go further and push further and do that extra one thing to get you further past that, past that barrier, that obstacle that we talked about. So that's one of the things that we talk about in that call is the resistance that you have set up in your current situation. You don't even understand the resistance that you have established subconsciously is keeping you right where you are. And it's oftentimes when you create a goal and share that with your coach is the one that's pulling you away from that resistance, pulling you away from your comfort zone where you have been, your set point where you've been for so many years.
Well, here's, so we have the coaching program, but we also have people here that actually we have found accountability partners, which can do exactly what Mark is doing. Not exactly, but similar benefits of having like an accountability partner. And I said, we're creating a community here, right? We want you to network with people. Me and Mark, we presented with Willie Hooks, we presented the Roop alumni reunion event, which I showed you how you can get that for free. It's very good. At that event, Valeria, she she hooked up with one of the other participants, one of my old coaching clients. In fact, let's see. Okay, so what we did breakout rooms, okay? And we did some networking. And Mark, if we can do that tomorrow or Saturday, that would be great. I'm thinking we should do some breakouts, okay? And let people get to know each other as well, time permitting. But Valeria, she got a hold of Noel in that networking, and now they're accountability partners, okay? Now, what I suggest is actually you have three people. You have, you hold someone accountable, they hold someone else accountable, and that other person holds you accountable. So it's like a triangle. That's best. It's not the same as coaching, and you can do both. But it just the whole thing of being held accountable. You know what we're talking about? Being held accountable, putting your feet to the fire. You try and do all this on your own. You're working too hard, right? You're working too hard. And by the way, we actually on that. That's kind of what Mark's talking about is that accountability. But I want to say a few things on the accountability model. But what were you going to say, Mark? Nothing. Okay. So I'll hunt up that call and get that to you during the month or whatever. And the personal accountability model is actual model that you can visualize where you are either in you're either in victim mode or you're in accountable. What do you think, Mark?
Well, it's a good, like I've had it on my screensaver. It's a good accountability model. Like it's just something that I pull up all the time and look at. I'm sure we can, share that with folks for later in the month.
Right, because what happens is if you get into that victim loop, it is a loop, and it explains why it works that way. But if you take okay, and this is what I want to talk about today. This is some inner game stuff I want to talk about today, is taking accountability and taking responsibility and that gives you the power to change, okay? And one of the best things you can do is go ahead and just take 100% responsibility for everything that happens to you, whether you're responsible or not. Just assume that you are responsible and don't give it away or blame anybody else, okay? If you do that, what happens?
Victim.
No, yeah.
Go into victim mode.
If you don't do that, that's what happens. Okay, but
yeah,
if you take 100% responsibility, what happens?
Well, you become accountable. Typically, you see more success.
You're actually able to change the situation. Because if it's beyond your control, if it's the government's fault, right? Then you can't do anything about it, right? Unless you try and government or something, right? Which is, butting your head against the wall. So it's like if you say it's so-and-so's fault, then you don't have the power to change it. Okay. But if you just act as if you were accountable and you were in charge and you created it, doesn't matter if it's true or not. It's a supporting belief. All right. And then you can actually change your results, control your results more, get better results. All right. Let's see. Okay, we can talk about, holy cow. Yeah, we can go ahead and talk about day 1 through 4, okay? I might do a skim through this and then dive deep into something on it either today or tomorrow. All right, so here's your game plan to buy this house within 28 days, okay? The 28-day plan. So day 1 through 4, besides setting our goal and making our plan, we just covered that, we're going to start generating leads. So you're going to choose a credit card for your marketing costs, to buy lists, printing, postage, and mail prep, okay? Now, this game plan is to use my $1 million postcard system because it works best for generating leads and achieving this goal. There are other things we can talk about as far as what you can do marketing-wise, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to do our best thing. Then determine whose name will be used in your advertising, set up a website for sellers visit, which is optional. It increases credibility, offers alternative to calling. See, most people will actually call off a postcard before going to a website. But what we do is we give them a reason to go to the website. You know what? Instead of trying to burn through this quickly, I really should just walk through it because there's important things on some of these points. So, all right, choose a credit card for your marketing costs. Lists. All right, so I'm going to show you where to get lists and how to pull your lists. Printing, I have several printing houses that can, one's doing my Magic postcard right now. The other one's probably within a week or so, they might be ready now. But we can print mail postcards for you, or you can go find a mailing house. But you need to spend some money on marketing for lists, printing, postage, and mail prep. Determine whose name will be used in your advertising. So it's normally going to be used. The marketing approach that I suggest is that you actually don't hide behind a bunch of systems. Don't try and hide in the background. Don't try and make it difficult for people to get a hold of you. Hey, Mark, have you ever seen people that, or heard about people putting signs out and they use a different number and they're because they're putting out bandit signs, right?
Yeah. I've tried to call those people and I never hear back from them.
Well, and so your marketing people should actually be able to get a hold of you. All right. And who are they going to ask for? So it's either going to be, we put in your postcard, it's either call, you'll say it'll be from you or whoever's handling the call in your office. Okay. And then it'll say, call me or my assistant, because if you have a answering service, or an assistant, then they'll be prepared to talk to somebody else. Okay. But whose name goes on the card? Typically yours. It adds a personal touch, lets them know who they are dealing with. Big mistake on all types of marketing is not letting people know who they're dealing with. Okay. The free and clear model is not trying to buy houses on the first call from people that you talk to, people that own properties or want to sell. It's about building a relationship with the seller and building that credibility. So it's like, why would anybody, sell me a house and take payments? Well, because number one, it works for their situation. Number two, they like and trust you. If they don't like and trust you, they're not going to do it. So we want to start that right up front. Okay. And it doesn't matter if you wind up paying all cash, because we're going to make multiple offers, by the way. We're going to offer all cash, some cash, and no cash, all right, to a seller. And we don't care which one they take typically, okay? But what are you going to do on your all cash offer? Well, it's going to be your typical low ball cash offer, okay? But if they're going to wait for any of their money, then they're going to have to, trust you more, right? Let's see. Determine whose name will be used in the advertising. Let's see. Set up a website, optional. It does increase credibility. It is optional. Offers alternative to calling. Allows you to distribute your information 24/7 and allows you to automatically capture their contact information. So this is a way of leveraging yourself. If I have a kind of a Roop design website template where it's all designed to get them to fill out that form for you and submit it. Otherwise, it's like call or submit the form, call or submit the form. So we don't care. We want one or the other. But if they fill out a form, it can go right into a CRM and leverage your time. Create a seller property submission form on a website. Let's see. Decide who follows up on web leads. All right. So part of your time blocking is to block out time to take calls or return calls. Okay. What is that? Is that sales or marketing, guys? Which is it?
Sales.
It's sales. It's sales. It's the time you block out for sales, talking to sellers. And the number one goal that me and Mark have for you when we're working with you on achieving a goal like this is to get you talking to sellers with gobs of equity. It's like, if you're not doing deals, why? It's because you're not talking to sellers or you're not making offers. All right. And if you were talking to sellers and you gathered the information and you procrastinated and never made an offer, Mark, is it, why, what is that? They got the information, they got a lead.
Fear.
And they never called the seller back and made the offer.
Fear.
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 In the game. So it's not necessarily not knowing how to do it. It's what if they say no? Well, let me let the cat out of the bag. They're always going to say no. if someone says yes on your first offer, you paid too much. If you said, I can do this, oh yeah, I'll take that. Uh-oh. No, actually, that's not true, Mark. The way we do our offers and our deal structuring, we actually decide how much we want to make up front. It's not like what everybody else is taught or does is they're trying to negotiate and squeeze all the juice out of the lemon, right? So they're trying to get better, get it lower and lower, get the seller to take 20% off. All right, then go back and get another 10%, and then use this technique to get another 5% right when they're up against the wall and you're closing. That's manipulation. And why are you doing that? To make money? It's not helping the seller, it's helping you. So service others, focus on serving others, not yourself. So I want you to get what you want. So when we do deal structuring, we're actually going to we're going to decide on our target profit on that particular deal and work the numbers from there. So it's called Profit First. There's actually a book by that name out there, and it's a concept that people are talking about. But with my deal structuring over the years, it's always been, okay, how much you want to make, and then what offers, different types of offers will kind of almost guarantee you make that target profit. So we don't negotiate the price per se, we're negotiating the terms. Our profit is always locked in, but we can adjust the number of years that we could give them interest or not. We can give them no payments or some payments or all the cash flow. We can give them as much money down as we can pull out of the deal when we buy it, or no money down or something in between. So no matter what we do, how we adjust that to fit their situation and make it acceptable to the seller. And that's why sellers accept these offers, is because it's so flexible, and we find out what they need and what might work, and we work it for them. But we're always locking in our profit on the deal. Now, we can decide to lower our target profit if we want in order to get the deal, but we usually start with what we want, and we don't have to change that. We just change the terms. So I'm going to demonstrate that during this event. Who decides? Let's see. Decide. We'll take live calls. Order a phone number for a recorded message. This is not required. I am going to start, working this into some of my marketing tools again. But typically, my marketing tools have your phone number, a phone number, and a website. That's typically. But if you don't have a website, you're going to have what's called an email call to action. So as you see on the postcard, it will say, "Give me a call to get this free special report that I give you," and then, or visit my website, right? So we just change it to "give me a call" or "email me at." So it's called an email call to action. We do offer a free special report, just another reason with a good title, another reason to get sellers to call us. Choose your phone number used for direct calls, your office line, a cell phone, or answering service. Now, there's a number of systems out there like REI Black Book, realestateinvestor.com, where they have contact managers, they have lead management systems, and in those services, they usually can give you a number of different phone numbers as part of the service. Or Mark, I know that you were helping some folks out get some phone numbers for their business, just using Google Voice and stuff like that. But there's it's nice to have a number of phone numbers to track your marketing. You really want what we call a bat phone. It's one phone number. that you typically either you can use other phone numbers that forward to it, but when that number, you'd have other numbers to maybe track different types of marketing. But we're simplifying the marketing. Most of it's going to be coming up from postcards. And maybe you have 2 different lists or 2 different campaigns. You want 2 different phone numbers to track it. That's useful, right? But you don't have to do that to track it. You can track it other ways. But maybe those forward to a number that's where sellers call. So someone's going to answer that phone, or it's going to go to a recorded message. So when you, and I say, the reason why I cover some of these details, Mark, is because people screw it up all the time. I mean, you know what? Some of this stuff I'll handle during our marketing plan review. It's automatically handled when we set up their postcards. So, but you got to realize that, you want this bat phone. You want either someone to answer it, or it's going to go to an answering service. So someone's answering it, or you're answering it, or your assistant's answering, or it's going to just a personal voicemail. So on the Magic Bullet postcard, it's coming from you. If it's coming from you, it reads personal, it's personalized. They want to talk to you. It gives them a bunch of reasons to give you a call or go to your website. And then when they call, they're expecting to talk to you. They're not expecting, like you could have a free recorded message for them to listen to, but they're expecting to talk to you. So it's okay if it goes to you and then it goes to your normal voicemail if you're not available. Okay, that's okay. Now you can set up a free recorded message line, which is basically a free special report. And Mark, I mentioned earlier, I listened to one of the killer conversations that had how to deal with hot markets. I'm going to go ahead and hunt that up and put that into people's programs. I've actually have a couple calls like that, but that one was really good. And what it was several marketing consultations I did one-on-one, where a couple of them were on hot markets. But then on that killer conversation, for some reason, I guess I had extra space, Mark, and I threw on my free recorded message. It was actually a recording that I used in my business. It's like a 5-minute message, right? So I'd put it up on a phone tree. So all my advertising, right from the beginning, it would give them that option: call a free recorded message line, press 1 if you want to sell your house, press 2 if you want to buy a house. So they press 1 and they hear this 5-minute message. Right at the beginning of the message, it says, if you want to talk to me, call me. So I give them my name, number, and website. Then for 5 minutes, I basically tell them all the benefits in my free special report. It's nothing different than the free special report I'm giving you. And I'll go ahead and give you that voicemail script if you want it. Recently, I just posted on Facebook, but it's such a good message. And what was interesting is I just threw that on the killer conversations. And it was kind of interesting to hear myself back there. All right, let's see. Decide on your return mailing address. We'll talk about, just use your mailing address. Avoid a PO box if you can. Get a physical if you can. Select your neighborhoods and zips. Okay, so Mark, when we're selecting lists to mail to, we can hit everybody, or we can get what's really specific. So price range, where are the buyers at? Where are the buyers at? Where's the most number of
median?
Right, yeah, right in that medium price range, right below it, right, kind of that bell curve where just the average house. Remember, when I invited you guys to join me, it's like, let's buy one bread and butter house, okay? And so that's what we're looking at for bread and butter house. Now, what if we get a junker house? What if we get a low-end house? What if we get a luxury home? What if we get a duplex? That's fine. It doesn't matter. The ultimate strategy works on anything. We're gonna when we get a list, we're gonna target a specific price range that we choose. And then if we need more leads, we can go to a higher price range, lower price range, different zip code. Okay, so pick a price range. Okay, then older older neighborhoods are better, why would those be better?
Well, oftentimes
if,
they're in blue collar neighborhoods, bread and butter. Sometimes they're owned. They've been owned for a long time. I mean, I like, there's more stable.
Yeah. What the older neighborhoods? Okay. What type of loan to value are we looking for?
Free and clear.
Free and clear.
Free and clear
Now,
is
so
ideal.
Gil, would you find more free and clears in an older neighborhood?
Yes.
Yes, you would. So if we have a choice, sometimes we don't have a choice, but if we have a choice, let's target the older neighborhoods. What we want to do is we want to go out as far as needed. Now, this is when we start talking about hot markets, okay? If you live in a market that is super hot, okay, Manhattan, New York. I don't know if it's a hot market, but it would be a tough market. Where's a hot market? San Francisco, right? San Francisco, right?
No.
Who's in a hot market?
How about Miami? How about Miami
who on the call is in a hot market?
Austin, Texas. San Antonio is a good
market. Yeah, San Antonio is really good.
McKinney or Plano, Texas.
Yeah.
Is Orlando?
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, for sure. Orlando.
Okay. All right. For
We
example,
all are.
I'm going to take Orlando as an example. Okay. Is someone here in Orlando?
Yes.
Oh,
Tucson, Arizona.
I'm in Orlando.
Okay. All right, Gil. So Orlando.
Lucky.
It's a super hot market. How far do you have to go where houses are more rural, more affordable? How far do you have to go from where you're at?
It just kind of depends. There's expensive and not expensive in any direction you kind of go.
Okay.
Winter Garden, maybe.
All right. Where is it less? Okay. So how?
Deltona.
Maybe it's less hot, Gil. How far out do you have to go where it's less hot than where you're at?
Deltona.
That's a good question because I don't stay up on everything. But what about like towards Claremont?
Yeah. Is that going west?
Yes.
Yeah. And who was saying Daytona?
I did. I used to live in Altamont.
Okay. So Sherry, is Daytona less hot than Orlando?
Oh, yes. So much. Yes. By far.
By far. Okay.
By far.
Okay. So Gil, you could go both directions, right?
Yes.
Yeah. And Daytona's what? 45 minutes?
Yeah, I was gonna say Daytona too. I mean, it's not like it's a really high scale over there at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we'll talk more about this, but yeah, if you're in a hot market, you can get more specific on the types of lists that you do. But when we're talking about zip codes, geographic, neighborhoods, counties, cities, if you're in a very hot city, well, John, let's talk to John because we talked about this before. John, are you still on the line in California? Let's see if he's here. All right. So John was saying he's in a hot market in California. I have a solution.
Hi, Richard. Can you hear me?
Yes. How are you, buddy?
I'm doing good. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. I'm good. Good to see you.
Good to see you again.
Now, you asked me about this, and I told you we were going to cover it. We're going to cover it more than today. We're going to kind of wrap this up. But John, you are in what city?
I'm in a town called Morgan Hill, which is south of San Jose.
All right.
South of San Francisco.
We used to work together in coaching, and as I recall, at that time, you were in a hot market then.
I was in a hot market then, yes. So we got to the 3-yard line, and we never were able to get over the goal line. But it was pretty challenging. We had a lot of calls, and we couldn't get anybody to commit.
Right. So, but what I'm asking you is, you're in the same area, and recently you we talked about that you had some interest in Idaho.
I did. I want to move out of California to a different state.
All right.
So I wanted your input to see if I could do this from California in Idaho so that I could move to Idaho in the house that I buy.
There you go. Okay. All right.
But now Idaho is becoming a hot market because everybody's moving out of California.
Well, okay. Well, here's the deal. There's a migration going on now. I kind of predicted number, what people would do over the years. And it's a continuation of what I've shared in the past is people migrating out of the cities and the suburbs into these more rural areas. And that's been going on, and it's going to continue to go on. And knowing that has supported me. And it's even more important today, post-election, this time period. Okay. So, remember all the riots we had last year? Okay. All right. People's values are changing. What's important to them is changing. Number one, people are losing incomes. They're losing businesses. Okay. Baby boomers are downsizing. What has fueled this real estate market over the last 30 years is baby boomers, and they're becoming more conservative and downsizing. People are going to be doing more entrepreneurship, more telecommuting, more working from home. So guess where they're going to go? They're going to go as far out as they can to be convenient to a metro area within an hour and a half, okay, of a metro area, so that they can. I'm an hour and a half. I'm an hour and a half from a Best Buy. That's where I'm at, okay? It doesn't mean doing anything, okay? Now, other people are going to be in that situation. So a lot of people, they want to be near the city because of a job or something like that. But more and more people are going to move further and further out. So it's called the sprawl. And whether you're in a hot area, I talked to Val about this. She's in Florida, and you were talking about, Plano, Texas and stuff like that. Any of these big cities, these hot areas, anywhere you're at, it's either go further and further out and just kind of stay in the area, or like John is talking about, you don't have to move to Idaho in order to farm Idaho. What I want you to do is I want you to be a big fish in a small pond. So if your pond is in Idaho and you live in California, that's fine. We can do this virtually. But you want to focus all your efforts into that smaller area so that there's so many benefits we'll talk about, but you become an expert, you become known, you hit the area over and over with different types of cost-effective ways, and you build your buyers list, and you build your contractors and your connections and your network, and you become an expert on values, and you start buying and selling the same houses that you bought years before. Ask me how I know this. Most people don't realize, some of you know, that I bought over 500 houses in a county 30 miles in the mountains from Colorado Springs. And the county only had 18,000 households. 18,000. Now, 80% of the houses I bought were in that county, and the other 20% was 30 minutes, an hour down the mountain in Colorado Springs, in that area, okay? Because I saturated the county and I needed more deals. I wanted more deals, so I went down to Colorado Springs. Also, you can pick a farm area based on some publications. So I think there were certain publications down in Colorado Springs that were so cheap, and they were very targeted to some neighborhoods that I'd love to buy in. So I just advertised in that publication. So I started farming that area that the publication hit. Same thing up in the mountains. Okay. So yes, if you're in a small town, that's great. I think it was Rhonda. She says she's an hour and a half from a metro area. Okay. All right. So John.
Yeah, I'm actually between central to several, and they're each about an hour and a half. I got
Yeah,
it.
okay. I'm
Be
from
about
three.
2 hours.
I'm from 3 cities, different directions, each about an hour and a half. Now,
Yep.
but this is not. Tell you what, this is not the ideal place to buy houses. It's better. It's actually better for me to go out on the sprawl of these larger towns because they're not big metro areas, but they're larger, right? So we'll talk more about selecting your market, but so we're talking about dealing with a hot market. So John, I think one of my solutions to you in the past was to move your market.
Right.
Right? Wasn't
Yeah,
you never did. And then
well,
you got
the funny thing is I went from Florida, we worked together in Florida when I lived in Florida. And then I eventually followed my wife out to California. So I went from one hot market to another hot market. And
all
then
right. So okay, so John, you can't fight the market.
yeah.
So if you're in a hot market, we'll be happy to cover this on your marketing plan review. But I'm telling you, you need different zip codes. Okay. So they can be, within an hour or two around you, but you could be 8 hours or 12 hours away if you want, or across the country, but make it as close as and convenient as possible.
Right. Yes. Okay.
And if it's important to you about moving to a nicer community, a easier, more affordable, more natural, more conducive society, more for your money, that type of thing. People are going to move to where they can get more for their money. Okay. So keep that in mind when you're picking your areas. Think about how far out you need to go to find a place where there's actually activity. There should be some activity, some buying and selling activity. Okay. So right where I live, there's not a whole lot of activity because there's not a whole lot of people. All right. But I could go, I can go 15 minutes that way and 15 minutes that way and do deals. Okay. But let's see. So picking your going further out, and I got to tell you, I moved to Colorado from Hawaii because of the real estate market. I did very well buying 2 houses, no money down in Hawaii in the late 80s. Made so much money, I got the real estate bug. And I moved to Colorado. I decided I did my research, and I suggest you guys do this if you want a new house or a new community, is research the best places to live, work, retire, own real estate. That's what I did. And I found these rural counties that were going to be the growth trend and nice places. So I visited a few and I picked one, but I could move anywhere. But the housing market had topped out in the late 80s, and I saw all my equity in my luxury home disappearing. So I sold it quickly and changed markets. I wanted to live in a community where there might be real estate appreciation because I made so much money on real estate. You don't have to rely on appreciation, but it should be a decent market. It should just be a good community. It should meet your other values. Okay. And like I said, house is not an investment. That's why I said earlier, but it's nice to live in an area where there's you can do your real estate business. So use that in your selection if you decide to move. But what if you don't want to move? What if you want to stay where you're at? You can go ahead and find areas like Idaho from California where you can. Okay. And then John, you said, hey, it's getting hot. Everybody's moving there, right? Well, where is there less competition, right? Where can you go further and further out, or another city part of the state, or another state all completely, right? Which would be a better market. Then you can go ahead and just farm that area. You don't have to move there, but you might have to go there now and then, right? But you can do this business virtually. So, oh wow, we're at the top of the hour. So we'll continue our talking about marketing, going through this game plan. We're going to wrap things up. I'm going to let Mark chime in on any housekeeping stuff I want to say, and then we're going to go ahead and take any questions that we have before we go. And I really appreciate you guys hanging out. Did you guys get any value out of today? Are you happy you attended today? Good.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yes.
All right. Very good. Mark, you want to take any questions, or do you want any announcements? What do you want to do?
Let's see. There aren't any questions.
Is there any questions that people have? Go ahead and you can type them in, and Mark will grab those, or go ahead and unmute yourself and ask. What questions you have about what we covered today, or getting ready for tomorrow morning?
Yeah, a lot of people are asking if there's going to be a replay. Is it recorded? I think that's the most popular question that I've received. So yes, it is being recorded, and there will be a replay. Right.
All right. Here's your instruction. Here's your instructions. Hold on, Sherry. Read the emails I send you, because of course, I only sent it an hour before. But make sure you're watching for my emails, because if the Zoom link changes for tomorrow, I will email it and post it in your support site. And this morning I sent you the link, and I said that we are going to be recording. Okay. And so, yes, we do have technical glitches sometimes that happen where we can't, share the recording, but today is recorded. And I don't know how quickly I can. It's a lot of information. I got to download it and upload it. And I don't know if Damien's going to help me. So, it's usually what we say, Mark, is it's the replay's up within 24 hours. But because if people missed today or half a day and they're attending tomorrow, I want to get it up as soon as possible so they can actually go through the replay if they missed part of it. So I'll work my best to get it up there and send out an email once it's done.
Okay.
Otherwise, within 24 hours.
Okay, good. Yeah, and today was mostly about mindset. Tomorrow is going to be more technique and kind of the meat.
Yep.
But it's important to kind of set the goal, set the mindset for the next 2 days. And there aren't any other questions.
Okay, I have a mindset going on.
Okay, hold on one second, Shay. I have a lot of mindset suggestions as we go through the how-to tech. So we kind of combine the phone. Remember, 80% is mindset. So sometimes when I'm teaching you something, I'm not just telling you what you should do. I'm actually influencing you to do it in a nice way, in case you notice or not. All right, Sherry, what did you got?
So here's what's going on with me, like for the last 30 minutes or so. What are you going to do about marketing? You're not going to be able to do it because you need a lot of money for marketing. So can you help me? Can you help calm my brain down a little bit with this?
Sure.
I'm just being vulnerable.
No, and thank you for being vulnerable. If you have a big enough why, you'll go ahead and raise some money for marketing. What kind of budget do you think you have now to spend like next week on any type of market, not just postcard?
I don't know. I'm not. Maybe 500. Like I'm definitely not in the being able to jump in and do the thousands.
Yeah. Okay. So good. So let's revisit that by Saturday.
Okay.
But it will make that. Yeah. In fact, it's part of our outline to talk about the marketing budget. Okay. How many postcards do you have to mail in order to get a deal? Right. Everybody wants to know that, right? How much is that going to cost? Okay. What if I don't have the money? What else can I do?
Right. That's what I'm
We
wondering.
handle this all the time. So we'll definitely handle it for you.
Yeah. The no cost marketing.
Okay.
There's a ton.
What does no cost marketing cost?
Time.
Exactly. How much time you got?
Oh, I have all the time in the world right now.
Well, there you go. You have that resource going for you.
Yes, that is my resource.
So we didn't really get into it.
I feel better.
We didn't really get into it, but you do want to take a look at what resources you do have.
Sure.
And maximize those. See, other people, they don't have a lot of time, but they do have some money, and they'd just rather. Here's what you're going to hear Willie say during $1 Million Mindstorming. This is one of the things that he does, or he tells people to do, this is what he does, okay? And he suggests, he says, if you have a problem, throw money at it. If you got money,
does money solve everything?
it solves a lot. I got
it. Does, doesn't it?
All right.
It says money doesn't make you happy.
All right. Any other questions for it? So yes,
Richard,
would rather throw money at it as opposed to investing time. Right.
hey Richard, I've got something.
Huh?
I've got something, and maybe you can do a more in-depth definition of equity, because there's a lot of people like myself who's never owned a home, and maybe a little bit more on how to determine a hot market, what that entails. So it's equity in the hot market, more of a definition for understanding those two items.
Thank you. Sometimes I use these phrases and stuff I think everybody understands. So I encourage all of you to ask these type of questions. All right. For like, if you're ever confused, it's an indication that you're about to learn something. Okay. By the way, so equity is, all right. So that's Rhonda, right? Rhonda?
Yes.
Okay. So Rhonda, if you have $100,000 house and it's free and clear, if the market value is 100,000 and it's free and clear, how much equity do they have?
100,000.
Right. What if they owed 50,000?
On $100,000 house, and they have equity of 50,000.
Right. Okay. So the equity is typically what people think they're going to get when they sell their, okay.
It's the value of the home.
It's the unencumbered value.
Okay. Oh, okay. That's important.
Yeah. So a free and clear house is all equity. Okay. They have all equity. Whatever they sell it for, that's what they get. Okay. Now, if you have $100,000 house and they owe $20,000 and they sell the house, if they're paid $100,000, then they're getting $80,000 in equity and $20,000 in debt reduction. So they paid off $20,000 of debt. Okay. So they only had 80, because they had a $20,000 liability, they have 80,000 in equity. So if they get 100,000 cash, then they get 80,000 equity. They have 80,000 equity. But here's a mistake that investors make. If someone has a $100,000 house and I want to buy it and they're willing to sell it for 80,000, how much equity do they have?
They own it free and clear, or do they have a debt on it?
They own it free and clear.
And the house is worth 100,000.
It's worth 100. I've offered to buy it for 80 and they're willing to sell it for 80. How much equity do they have?
They have full equity. They're just not selling it at full price or at.
They don't. If they sell it for, so equity is the difference between what they owe and what they sell it for. So if they sold it for 80, they only have 80,000 in equity because that's all they're getting. Okay. So the reason why I point that out is sellers says, hey, they owe 50 and it's worth 100. So they have, this house has 50,000 in equity. And I say, no, it doesn't have 50,000 in equity. What if you buy it for 80, it's only got 30,000 in equity. So that's just a way to think about, don't say, hey, this person has so much equity, because we don't know what they're going to sell it for. All right. So if you have $100,000 house, you do have 100,000 in equity, but you don't know if you're going to get that. Okay.
Right.
Based on, what you wind up selling it for whatever reason. So that's equity. Equity is the difference between what they owe and what they sell it for technically, or what they owe and what it's worth. All right. Hot market is a market where houses sell very quickly. So the days on the market are very fast. It's a short period of time compared to other cities or neighborhoods. Okay. So it's a seller's market because the sellers, there's a high demand for houses. There's a lot of buyers trying to buy there's more buyers than houses. So there's a supply and demand. So there's a big demand for houses, and the people that have houses for sale, they can command top dollar, or sometimes they sell for more than they're asking because there's so much demand. So it's a seller's market. So it's like, okay, there's all these buyers. I own a house. I want to sell. I'm in the lion's share seat because, there's people want to buy houses, and I got one, right? If there's not a lot of buyers and there's a lot of sellers, if there's a lot of sellers and a few buyers, then the buyers are in control, and the buyers can drive prices down and not offer as much. So in a hot market, prices are typically going up. In a soft market or a buyer's market, prices are flat. Sometimes they're going down. Okay. Mark, is that a good definition of a hot market? Typically days.
Yeah, days on market.
It's days on market compared to other
inventory. You know what? Inventory would define a seller's market versus a buyer's market. You get that from your board of realtors from MLS. So that's what the retail real estate agents call a buyer's market versus a seller's market, is the months of inventory.
Yeah, but yeah, if you need that information, great. But just ask somebody if you don't know. Yeah. Call up an agent and ask someone, hey, is it? But yeah, you'll see, like, there might be a lot of stuff on real estate in the newspaper or in the news locally because the market's going up or the market's going down. Hot market's going up, or there's, people are selling quickly. So the reason why we bring this up, hot market, is in a hot market, people don't have as much trouble selling their house because they have something in demand. But there are still people we can find that either are having trouble selling it or don't want, or just like they don't want to fix up this house and put it on the market for a picky buyer who's going to pay all cash. They'd rather sell it as is, not have to spend any money in repairs, and then maybe get their money over time. There's a lot of advantages we'll talk about that we offer a seller, and that's why they take our offers, is because the elements fit their situation. But if a seller wants all cash and wants full price, which we can't do, right, and can get it, then why would they sell it to us? And we wouldn't buy it? There's no way we can make any money on that, right? There's no opportunity. I can buy things for full price all day long, all cash, right? Mm-hmm. So what are you getting paid for? How are you going to profit? How are you going to make $100,000 on this deal if you're not providing any value to the seller? Because you're not helping the seller. They have no problem. If you don't buy it, someone else will buy it, right? So you got to find those sellers that have that need for a quick and easy sell, an as-is sell, a term sell. Maybe they're stuck on price. There's a lot of sellers. Hey, Mark, have you ever met a seller who was stuck on price? I love them. I love them because guess what? You guys, when you're done, you'll be able to pay any price the seller wants. No matter what they're asking, you can pay it and still make tons of money. The only question is, when do they get their money? When are they going to get their money? Could you pay more for a house if you gave them no money down, no payments, no interest for 30 years? Could you pay more? Right? Yeah. That's the extreme, right? And then if you gave them all their cash and you closed quickly and bought it as is, you want to get it at the lowest price, right? That would get you your target profit particular deal. So then there's everything in between, and I'll show you to determine acceptable offers to the sellers, give them multiple options where it can be very attractive to the seller. It was so, I got great stories. I have a lot of these on recordings, the killer conversations, the what's working best now panels, where, you know, I made a couple offers to this young guy. He had a free and clear house. This is one of my joint venture partners. And I had two offers. I had a 20-year offer because he was kind of stuck on price. And then I had this lower offer, right? And so I presented the first offer, which is, you know, owner financing, long-term, 0% with monthly payments and all that. And this longer offer, this highest offer, I laid, I can pay this price, I can pay this much down and this much each month. And before I wrote the second offer, he said, "That's great, I'll take it." I didn't even, I thought he was actually going to take the second offer, and I presented the first one, and he accepted right off the bat. So you never know how a seller's going to react. You're never going to know their reasons why they're doing what they're doing. And typically you can save them a lot of grief, a lot of trouble, and get them top dollar for the house if you buy the house and make a lot of money. Any other questions for today?
I have one.
Yes.
In regards to goal setting. I was thinking back to our previous conversation we had about, you know, I mentioned like one of my goals was, you know, I buy 3 houses per month, and you said that, you know, was really more at, you know, Mark gave an example of, you know, a smart goal would be, I talked about 30 sellers in 30 days. And, you know, that's a really good action goal, which seems to be part of the plan of, you know, planning your work. But I'm thinking on larger term goals. So if I want to set a longer term goal that's going to be a monthly accomplishment or something, how do I write that in a smart goal fashion? I'm trying to rewrite some things and you know, want to do it the most effective way possible, so it makes,
Well, okay, it's what are you going to complete? What are you going to achieve? So if it's a 30-day goal, what are you going to complete? Okay. But if something takes more time, you know, if it doesn't take more time, have it now, right? But if it takes more time, okay, how will you know when it's done? Have it, remember, it has to be measurable, right? How do you know it's going to be done? And then it should be complete. It should be done. It's an event. Okay. It's over. You've achieved it. You've gone over the finish line. Okay. So you decide, okay, I want this goal, but I can't have it in 28 days, or I can't have it in 2 months. I really can. I do want it. And it'd be great if I had it within a year. Right. Like we talked about, you know, I think it was the cabin within a year or stuff like that, or within a month, whatever. I heard a 1 year goal. So yeah, set that goal. But here's what people do is they set that goal. They don't really set it. They set it and they forget it. This ain't chicken, man. Okay. You got, all right. So you got to set it, and then you got to make the plan, and then you got to work the plan, and then you got to monitor it and get feedback and adjust. So you got to focus on. So the reason why people don't achieve long-term goals, number one, they don't have them. Number two, they forget about it. So just like a short-term goal, like we were working on earlier, between the 3 houses a month, 1 house, you know, next month, that type of thing. The shorter goals, you can really kind of focus on those because it's urgent. It's right. It's urgent. But the longer goals are in quadrant 2. They're important, hopefully, right? Otherwise, you shouldn't set it. But it's not urgent because you have time. But that's where you get the biggest leverage on setting those longer term goals. That's why with $1 Million Mindstorm, we take, you know, it's like a 5-year goal, right? For most people. But you need the longer term goals to be excited about, but then you need these short-term wins, these short-term goals that you can knock out, you know, and achieve. Because sometimes, like we talked about earlier, people already said, you know what? It's not that important about the money. It's really just doing it, getting my belief, knowing I can do it, proving myself. It's fulfillment. It would be fulfilling, right? All right. That's why I said, okay, well, what if you did the deal and you didn't get any money now, but you got it later? Would that, oh yeah, I'd still feel fulfilled. Okay. So now guess what? Now we have all of these different ways to win and be fulfilled with money now, money later, money each month, if you're okay with those different outcomes. But go ahead and know what would make you fulfilled and make that the goal of achieving that on a particular date, because you'll get the fulfillment, and now you'll have a multiple paths to get there. Does that make sense? That's why your superpower is, set a goal, make a plan. That's one of your superpowers because you have the ability to do that. Your second superpower is focusing and achieving your intention, which is more high level. And it's really what gives you the juice in life.
Let me double click on that for a second. Intention also can be aligned with the law of attraction. So if you create a statement, a vision statement about invoking the law of attraction. So what's the goal? You want to buy 2 houses. What was the goal, Damon?
3 houses per month.
Okay. So I quickly, or I effortlessly, so you can create a statement like a mantra to invoke the law of attraction, and then we'll get into some goals here in a second, because goals, law of attraction, they're all kind of work together. So I effortlessly buy 3 houses each month and live my preferred lifestyle. So that could be like a statement for attracting these aligning the law of attraction, aligning the universe to bring in this type of effort. So then a goal would be, what I like to focus in on is specific, measurable, attainable, time-bound, realistic. So can I control this? Is this something I can control? To buy 3 houses a month, there's a lot of inputs that go into that. One would be number of seller calls. One would be get your marketing out and how much marketing. And so if we break down 3 houses in your market, so let's just call it, $1,500 per month for marketing in your market. So, in order to get 30 seller calls, I need to spend $1,500 a month. So my goal would be inputs that I can control. Am I spending $4,500 a month? Am I getting 90 seller calls per month? So 30 seller calls, 10 presentations, 1 deal. That's kind of our formula. So your market, $1,500 a month per deal on average. So I can control how much money I'm spending. I can control how much I'm marketing, how much marketing I'm putting out. So those are the goals that I would specifically write out. So, you use law of attraction to create the vision. That would help then get stuff coming your way, and that's out of your conscious mind, but to your subconscious mind, to the flow, the energy, kind of what Willie talks about, the chi of the deal flow. And so then your responsibility would be to take action, specific actions to execute on that. You can't just sit in a dark room and chant, I've got 3 houses a month, because A for affirmations is action. The A stands for action. So what actions are you taking? What can you go do? And you can go put out that marketing. You can go and then talk to these sellers. So you put out the marketing. So plan your work, make your plan. The fourth element of that is feedback. So is my marketing working? How is my marketing? So analyzing your marketing plan. So a lot of times people will just go ahead and execute, and they think that this is a good plan, but then they don't look behind their shoulder and say, how am I doing relative to my goal? Am I on track or am I way off track? So you have sort of have to monitor that. And so I always like to say, what actions can you control? And that would be, what marketing can you put out? Are you delivering 10 value building presentations per deal? So if you want 3 deals, are you delivering 30 value building presentations? And then how's your follow-up campaign? on those? Are you following up with them? So you deliver a presentation, they say, okay, we're going to think about it. Okay, just so I understand, you want to think about it, that's just fine. Just so I understand, what about my offers are you going to think about? What specifically? And so you sort of like sales negotiation, and then what's your follow-up campaign? Are you following up with them 2 days, 4 days, 6 days afterwards? Did you get a chance to follow up with that? So there's a lot of metrics that are your responsibility in order to get that eventual goal of 3 deals per month. And so you kind of want to just, I don't know, metric out or detail out what can I do? So what inputs can I control to get this output? If I want 3 deals a month, what are the inputs I need to put out in order to get those three deals per month?
Yeah, we call
I
that.
also found out something else like this morning. Just in this conversation, I came to a quick realization that when Rich and I had last talked, I focused in on said, okay, to lead towards that 3 houses per month, I need to have 1 deal this month, right?
That's what we see.
I wasn't specific. I wasn't specific in my mind about having a creative financing deal. Instead, I got this very paltry little wholesale deal on an absolute dog of a house with termites that the seller's giving to me for $500, and I said I'd split the profit for whatever I could sell it for.
Okay.
So I wanted to give them a little extra incentive there, but yeah, it's basically virtually a free house.
Okay.
So
you're
it's
saying,
a deal, but it's not the one I wanted.
Okay. So what you said is you want to do consistently. We talked about this. You want to do consistently 3 deals a month. Okay.
Yes.
I said, okay, yeah, you just closed the deal. So, but you need to do like 1 deal, and then maybe 2 deals, and then maybe 3 deals, and then 3 deals again before you're consistently. What is our evidence? How is it measured that we're consistently buying 3 houses a month? You got to do that for a while. But what if we consistently were buying 1 house a month, up to 2, up to 3, right? And that's easier to control. And would you be happy with buying 1 house next month, 2 houses next? Well, yeah, I'd be happy with that. Well, then let's do that. It should be stretch. It should stretch you to grow, okay? But it should be stretchingly realistic. And so we kind of agreed that your goal that you kept looking at was your affirmation was to buy 3 houses consistently each month, but it wasn't a specific goal that you had a game plan to achieve. It was just an idea that you kept imprinting on yourself, right? So we had to put a deadline on it. Okay, are we going to do that next month? Well, probably not next month. So let's figure out, when are you going to be consistently buying 3 houses each month? Now you just realized you have to be more specific on what's the definition of a deal.
Right? Creative financing deal.
No, you got to be more specific. You need a profit target, just like we did today. Our goal is to buy 1 house with none of our own credit or money, collect an extra $28,000, and make at least $100,000 through the life of that buy and hold deal. Okay. Now we could, as you'll learn over the next couple of days, everybody will learn that we can sell the house and still make our money down the road with a substitution of collateral. So we don't have to hold that same house forever. So, but if we get the deal, we can make our money long term. So yeah, very good. That's good input, Damien. Is you got what's a deal? And I already told you that in the free and clear, the 28-day quick start guide to making money, that the minimum profit is 20 grand for a creative deal. But now we know the minimum is 50 with cash now, cash flow, and cash later, right? So that's, if you're talking creative deals, that should be, 40 or 50 should be a minimum for you, right? Right? They're out there, so there's no reason to settle for less. And then if you get a non-deal and make less, how are you going to count that? A 5x5 strategy, like what you got there, or whatever.
I'll take it, but that was not actually the goal I had in mind, because I would. So, and you could look at it as I manifested this into, because it only took a couple calls.
You manifest everything. You manifest everything.
I was not specific enough It's like, oh, well, I'll take it, but that's not what I had in mind.
Have you ever heard of anybody that had a goal to make more money?
Every person I've ever met.
You cannot not make more money. If you don't make any money, the government will force it on you. All right. So, man, we're going over time here. I hope it records it all. All right. Any other questions before we jump off? I can't believe we got so many people still on the line. Should have this been a 6? I was originally going to do 6 to 8 hours, but
No, 4 hours is plenty. I got work to do.
all right. All right.
Okay.
Anybody? Yes. Go ahead and unmute yourself if you want to say goodbye. Give me a
Thank
thumb.
you, Richard.
Bye. This is all great. Thank you so much.
Looking forward to
Goodbye.
tomorrow.
Yeah.
Yes. Same.
Hi,
back.
this was awesome.
Excellent. Bye-bye. Good stuff.
Thank you
Great,
so
thank
much,
you.
y'all.
Thank you, Mark.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Richard.
Yes.
Appreciate
Thank you.
Hey, Dutch.
Hey, I did make. Yeah.
All right, thanks. Bye, all.
All right.
Good night.
Good to see you, Keon.
This was awesome.
Awesome.
This was good.
Good. I love feedback.
I will see you tomorrow.
Okay, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
All right.
Wow, we held some attention there, man. Wow. We had
Good stuff today. Good stuff today.
all right. Are you gonna be around tomorrow, Damien?
Yes, I will be here tomorrow, and I will have some time tonight to work on breaking up this replay.
Oh,
So
okay. As soon as I get the replay link, I'll send it to you. Yeah, that'd be great. But yeah, because we have to break it up. We have to probably break it up into 4 hours, 4 pieces.
Yeah, 4 or 5, and I'll see how it breaks out with the topics. So I'll try to find the break in a topic and give a label to that, so each person knows what they're looking at.
All right, I'm going to stop the recording now.
Yeah.
All right, and we are live streaming. I guess we could jump off. All right, that sounds great, Damien. I will, as soon as Zoom sends me the link, I will send it to you, and then I'll rely on you to get it uploaded.
I will get a handle.
Awesome, dude. Thank you. Thanks, everybody.
See you tomorrow,
Bye.
brother.
All right, hopping off.